Williamsburg.
Okay.
Williamsburg.
Looking for
We're not going to the
hipsters. Gentrification right now. All white dudes now, no blacks. Yeah, they pretty much ran them out of there, bro. Brooklyn is being super gentrified. At least last time I was there.
You know what?
Has it been taken over yet by?
It's just a
Taken
lot
over
of,
now?
it's just a lot of Caucasian. It's not really like blacks or anything like that. It's very chill vibes. Now, if you want to go to the ghetto, you go to Astoria. You got all the hood niggas. You're gonna want to go to Bronx. You got all the hood niggas from the projects and everything.
Hey, listen, ain't that down over there.
That's what you want to avoid, bro. I'm telling you, bro. New York City, half the game is going to places where these niggas aren't gonna be at. They let them into places like Mr. Purple and shit.
Let's talk about it. What if it's a team trip to DR, Colombia, or Brazil, and all paid for? By Myron.
No,
Let's
no,
go.
no.
Let's go.
That's fuck South America, bro.
In Brazil, after hours?
Colombia, we went to Colombia. That shit was trash. What's your biggest pet peeve?
Oh,
Pressure.
dumb hoes.
Dumb hoes. Okay. Chris.
Yeah, pretty much. Just dumb hoes that don't like communicate correctly. That's it.
All right. Do you think emotional connections or physical connection is important for a relationship to succeed?
100%. You need both, honestly.
I mean, you need more physical than anything else.
All right. If men say they want traditional women, why do they chase the opposite and then complain about the results?
Well, they want to fuck the traditional, and then they smash on the side the untraditional because it's more fun. But long term, they'll never wipe out the hoes.
Now, it's the same exact situation as you guys having guy friends versus guys that you actually date.
Yeah.
Guy friend gives you the boyfriend energy, the security, the comfort, listens to your problems, masculine energy, versus the guy that is you're just smashing. You have the sexual arousal for.
Yeah.
Arousal for. Same exact concept. What is your relationship trauma?
Nothing.
Trauma? I mean, only Asian girls. Honestly.
Asian girls.
Other than that, chilling, bro. We got Hispanic, white, Asian.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Well, I mean, first
Yeah,
of all,
we got Asian.
how about you and getting married like a dumbass?
Stupid. What?
You get married. Trauma, right?
No,
You got divorced.
No, I learned a lot of lessons, bro. Dude, remember, I left. It wasn't like, oh, fucking. It's
Oh,
like,
so
okay, I
wasn't
learned that.
So was it my trauma?
No.
Okay.
They don't hate each other. Dating single mother, though, definitely talking a lot, for sure. Yeah, I'm talking a lot.
It's not a good move for you as a guy.
No.
You got kids, that's then I would say it's acceptable.
Yeah, but
But if you're a single man,
young single guys trying to be successful, yes, it's way down, for sure.
I mean, you guys know, me and Angie obviously haven't been together for a while, but I don't think there's any trauma from that. Like, if anything, she wanted a family and I wasn't ready. So it's really my fault, not really hers.
Yeah.
So, okay. What inspires a man to propose? Good question.
Just being there.
That could be a component.
Time in the game, so time spent building that connection,
Yeah.
loyalty, not being a hoe, and just being helpful to his mission, whatever that may be, business, career, lifestyle, whatever he needs.
Yeah, like, stop complaining, ladies. Come on, man. You be alright. Like, hey, let's do something. Do what? I'm trying to work.
What's one thing you learned the hard way?
Hello? On time? These aren't cheap.
What about you, Chris?
That was a hard way. I was hard that time too.
Man.
Come on, friends. Plan B's. Come on. You know it. The
You know
big
what's crazy? This was my son.
Chinese girls.
Just being more honest, bro. Cause if I told Asian girl then this would happen.
Yeah, you probably would have avoided a lot of problems, bro.
Cause I'm like, yo, nigga, I'm a nice guy.
Look, man, you know what I realized?
Bro, I'm so nice and so chill. I'm like, nigga, what did I do to you?
I'll give it 1,000, bro. I'll tell you this: lying to girls is what all the problems come from, bro.
Yeah.
Is lying, dude.
Yep.
Like, I encourage you guys, just be honest, bro. Like, it saves you, bro.
You will lose more, but you gain more peace, and also you're free.
Bro.
Yeah.
Or just be honest after you.
What? Nigga, what? Hear me out.
Alright, go ahead.
Hear me out. Like, be honest after you. Don't go in too much. After you, hey, baby girl, like, to play safe, let's go easy, and then go from there. You know what I'm saying? Like, be honest after you, guys. Because if you fall honest on the, on the real, then you won't get sex. These girls are like, you know what? I'm out. I want a nigga who actually treats me right. And these girls are random niggas, man. That's why the girl who love had 10 bodies, bro. That's why she went through 10 dicks, probably even more, to find her actual guy that she wanted right now, guys. Because you know why? Because all 10 of those guys lied to her.
Chris, so you gonna tell the truth right after the nut, like right after? Oh, sorry. I was just so surprised.
I want to be single. Quick.
Sorry. So understand, the game plan is you're gonna lie to her before sex, and they tell the truth after sex.
Yes, because some girls,
Why don't be honest?
listen, some girls the first date.
Because they want to what they
But
are.
Chris, you know what that implies though?
What?
Anyone want to tell me what that implies?
What applies?
It could be his detriment. If he lies to you and says, I'm a lawyer, I become a drunk at a podcast, he might go to jail.
Listen, I want to
Be honest, bro.
Fresh, that's way too deep though.
You're in deep.
Just keep things light and casual. Hey, let's get some drinks. Let's have a good time. What's your name? You know what I'm saying? Like something light. Like I want to know what you do for work and some shit.
Okay.
Stuff like that. Hey, nice ass. And she's like, hey, thank you. All right, cool. What are you doing afterwards? And then she's like, chill with me. So after her guy still lies. Oh, let's go on. No, I just fucking the first time, and then you tell her the truth. And then she wants to bounce, she can bounce. But at least you're still fucked.
Chris, you go to jail, nigga.
No. Listen, girls. I didn't lie to you openly. I just say, hey, listen.
He just doesn't say it.
Yeah.
He's not.
Yeah, like don't
He's not being fully transparent. That's what a lot of guys
Probably
do.
why he's single.
I'm still fucked though. And y'all not married, so so
I'm not
who's
married.
saying?
I'm not married.
Hey, I'm telling you, you get married.
I am.
Once you say I do, I'll be there to crack open bottle of Hennessy,
And
okay?
I really hope you are. I really mean that.
Okay.
All right. And also, guys, what we'll do is we're gonna turn my kick off. Just going over to Fresh and Fit, guys. I forgot to do this earlier. Guys, can we drop the kick.com/Fresh and Fit? We're gonna wrap up here in a second. But come on over, guys, to finish the show. Pause. Kick.com/Fresh and Fit, guys. So if you're watching on Iron Gates X, come on over. I don't know why you guys didn't even know that we have a Fresh Fit Kick page. What we do. So come on over, guys.
But
Okay, go ahead.
just to Chris's point though, you can do that, but the best scenario, I think, from my experience, probably for yours as well, is if you work on yourself, become successful.
You can be honest.
To your extent, it doesn't have to be Lamborghinis or Ferraris or anything else, but to your potential, then the confidence is going to be there. You can say, you know what?
Yeah.
This is what it is. Take it or leave it.
The more successful you are,
Yeah.
the more honest you can be with women.
Yeah.
Now, some guys are still gonna lie no matter what. Which is, I guess, fine.
Yeah.
But I would argue the root of most problems when you deal with women comes from you lying.
Yeah.
Right? Purporting yourself to be something that you're really not.
Yeah.
Oh, I want a wife killed, when in reality you're just trying to get laid. Okay. What's something you wish women knew about men?
Peace.
They're all going to cheat.
That their opinion doesn't matter.
Okay.
And that's another one. That, like,
For the most part.
Like, for the most part, they're gonna cheat.
Yeah.
So
Just take it or leave it.
take it or leave it and just accept it. Just find a guy. I think every girl should just find a guy that's willing to accept cheating. I think that's actually, you know what?
That's smart.
Yes.
That's smarter.
Every woman should find a guy that they're willing to accept the cheating from.
Yes.
That will save you so many problems.
And issues.
Do it the right way off rip. Because
If you get a car, the ring, the house, what are you worried about?
yeah,
You're the main one.
it's insurance.
It's just like,
No,
Would you let me ask you, if dispensary guy, if he cheated on you, would you leave him?
Yes.
really?
Just cause, yeah.
Okay. Would it be because it would be like betrayal, rude, disrespectful to you? Would it be you don't think he's hot enough to be able to do that? Like what is the main reasoning as for why?
Yeah, distrust, disrespect, betrayal.
Okay. If he paid all your bills and took care of you, would you accept it? And you didn't have to work anymore?
Yes.
Okay, so you would accept the cheating if the guy took care of you.
Yes.
Okay.
Alright.
There you go.
So why not just find a guy that'll take care of you then?
Well, maybe he is. Eventually.
Not there yet.
Not there yet, no.
Is he your age?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
What? She's laughing?
Nah, I mean, I'm using like the soundboard.
Yeah. That ain't good cook. Okay. Do you think men value women's or men's loyalty more? It's different. Male loyalty and female loyalty are very different. Who asked the question?
Me.
Okay.
Do you know, like,
Okay, specify what you mean.
whose opinion, I mean, not even opinion, whose loyalty do you value more? Your boys or your girlfriends or wife?
Well, okay, so female loyalty has to do 100% with sexuality. You know, her fidelity to you is her test of loyalty. Your guy's loyalty is being there to support or to help you if a physical confrontation comes. So the standard that you hold your friends to loyalty-wise is not the same that you hold your woman to. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So
But
it's completely different.
I know, but I'm still saying because a lot of men cheat on their women, and obviously their women are very loyal to them. But
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, you see.
Yeah, so I don't think women should, personally, and I know a lot of people might not like this, I don't think women should get offended by that loyalty. I'll explain what I mean by this. Let's say you're out with your boyfriend, right? You're single, right? Okay, but let's say hypothetically you have like a boyfriend, like a serious boyfriend, and you guys are walking down the street, someone like came up to you and questioned and stole your purse, right? Would you prefer option A, he takes the guy down, beats him up, and brings the purse back, or B, he doesn't do anything and just lets it happen?
Hey.
Okay, right? Because his job is to provide and protect, right? Okay, so that's your man's job. That's his sense of loyalty, is like, is he going to protect and provide for you? So I would argue, if you got a guy that cheats on you, but he would defend you physically, that is more important than a guy that won't cheat on you sexually. Does that make sense? But a lot of women think that sexual fidelity is a man's job. That's the woman's job. Now again, right, I'm not saying here, oh yeah, like just accept cheating from your man. What I am saying is that like the measurement of a man's loyalty and a woman's loyalty are completely different. Like if I had a daughter, right? If I had a daughter and she came to me crying, my husband cheated on me, I don't know what to do. I'd be like, okay, does he provide for you? Yes. Does he protect you? Yes. I'll tell her, shut the fuck up. Shut up! Shut the hell up and stay in a relationship. Because the reality is, a majority of men can't do that. Protect and provide for you. That's his job. Men are gonna cheat. It's an ugly reality. Now people, oh, Byron, this is your daughter. How could you say something like that? Well, I operate on reality. So that's what I would say to that. I would even tell my own daughter that. Like, if you have sex with another woman, are you married? You have the house, you have the kids. Then shut the fuck up.
Just get tested.
Yeah, just shut the hell up. And I would tell her, don't even bother. Like, don't even nag them about it. So that's what I would say.
Yeah.
I think it's because the reality is you're gonna have to pick like one. You know what I mean? It's like sexual fidelity or protect you. I say all the time, protect you. So
I agree.
yeah.
Hopefully he's not black. Alright, let's move forward.
Damn.
Just say it, bro. Only us, bro. Only us.
Yeah. And then, do you think men your age actually want love, or are they just looking to relive their youth through younger women? That's a very interesting question. Same one she asked.
Yeah. I mean, it depends on where he's at.
Well, because
But for the most part,
well, how old do you think we are first? Just like
In your late 30s, early 40s.
you think we're in our 30s and 40s? Okay, well, I guess.
Yeah, I'm 32. He's 34.
35.
Okay, I said like
35.
30s.
You said late.
Yeah. So, no matter. No, the reason why, because a 40-year-old guy is like a 20-year-old girl. That's just the reality. What was that?
What did you say?
I said a 20-year-old woman is like a 40-year-old guy.
Age comparison. For genders, yeah.
And the reason why is because like the things that make a man attractive take time to acquire. Status, resources, wisdom, knowledge, these types of things. Versus the things that make a woman attractive are almost always intimately tied to her youth. Right? That's why they call it Forever 21, not Forever 41. So, you know. Okay. What's one belief or principle you change your mind about since starting this show, and why? What's the question? What's the question?
I did. Yeah.
Okay.
Not bad, German.
Damn. Should I get deep here?
Go ahead.
I've learned not to be a full nigga. At the end of the day, man, I was wrong about America. I grew up thinking I want to be a rapper. You know what I'm saying? Be flash. Be that nigga on camera. Then I realized, this is not for me, man. I want one simple life. Just a little bit of hoes, some good food, save some money, and travel.
So you want to be a rapper first?
I just want to live the lifestyle.
Okay.
But for the marketing, it works. But yeah, I mean, and then of course, now, at some point, they want to have a family. Just not. It doesn't.
What red pilled you on not want to be a nigga no more?
You want to shoot, bro? Yeah. I just saw it was a dead end, bro. It's a dead end, bro. First of all, people I'm rolling now, millionaires, successful people, it's monkey shit, bro. So I'm done with that shit, bro.
Yeah, niggas are wearing chains.
They're not. Very simple stuff. So.
Yeah. What's one belief, a principle you've changed your mind? I would say, I see why guys pay for sex now. I still can't bring myself to do it,
Yeah.
But I see why guys do it. But I also am aware of the fact that, if you're paying for sex, girls are just not going to respect you the same too.
No.
Right? You're not going to get that burning desire.
Also, if he can pay as well.
Yeah,
So it's not like you're not getting like a W. It's like, oh, bro, you just paid.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm more understanding of it when you're, I guess, on a certain level. But I still can't bring myself to do it. But I understand why rich guys do it now.
Yeah.
Now I see why. And then one principle you changed your mind about since yeah, I would say that's one of them. There's others I just can't think of them. It's like political shit, which you guys probably might not be aware of or give a fuck about.
That's a good one, though.
Yeah,
Oh,
but like a lot of like political stuff also. Vegas.
Digress.
Yeah.
Well, that's
It wasn't 6 9. It wasn't 6 9.
They did it. Okay. All right. We'll start here. Thoughts on the show? How was it for you? Hey, to love it. Last thoughts on the show? I think you're a fan.
I mean, it's a lot of honesty, so that's cool. But I just feel like sometimes it's very, like, the questions, I mean, the answers, everybody gives a different answer because they have a different perspective, view, they're at a different point in life. So, this one over here thinks he's always right, but it's
Okay, what do you think I was wrong about then? You can.
No, I'm just saying.
But you're right. I think sometimes he might be a little bit off. So tell him where he's wrong. Get his ass.
I'm open to it.
Sometimes on his delivery and
Oh, how he says it.
yeah, but
You're a nicer man. Come on, bro.
you don't give a shit, so it's okay.
No, but how's him being mean?
I didn't say you was me. No, but I didn't say.
You said how's the way he says things, right?
Just comes off as that.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But he's so right. Is it so right?
I mean, it's the same. Whether it comes off as an
I don't think it's what he says.
Is
It's
he
just
right
how
or
you
is he
say it.
wrong?
That's it. He's not that. I think he's right.
So the accuracy of the information doesn't matter as much as the way the information is presented. For you.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
All right.
You want to hear a joke?
Look, it's funny because how many times we heard this now? Like thousands of times.
Every episode.
At this point, bro, at least one girl says that.
Yeah.
Like
It's
it's
how
not
you say
what
it.
you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah.
And I think this is another fundamental difference between men and women. Women care way more about how information is conveyed versus the content of the information. For example, right? You go to the military as a young man. Jill starts yelling at you. You back and drop down and give me 50. What does the man know? Oh, I need to drop down and do 50 push-ups. He doesn't really care about how it's delivered to him, right? Because men, we care more about the information, but with women, they care so much about how it's given.
You know what's wild?
Yeah.
So,
That's why I don't think women.
Well, what do you want us to do?
But we also run with emotions. And
Right, like we're women, do you want us to be guys? Like,
And I totally-
you just said that you didn't like masculine women. Like, what do you
Yeah,
mean?
that's fine. That's fine. But this is why I think we need to take your guys' rights away. Hear me out. I don't think women should have the right to vote. I don't think you guys should be driving. I don't think women should be able to do certain things without a male authority. And it's because of this emotional like, I guess, proclivity that women have, right? Because, like, let me explain why, before you guys get all offended. I gave a lot of good information, a lot of good advice that women could use to their betterment. Most of her probably went over her head and she probably doesn't remember any of it because she was so triggered. And it shows what I said fundamentally about women. Women are unable to absorb information unless it's conveyed to them in a proper manner. That's very problematic. Because if they're more concerned with the way the information is conveyed, well, there can be some life-saving information that they just ignored because, and I've been paying attention to her, she's been very aloof the entire show, so I've been paying too much attention. And that's fine. She got tuned out because, oh, this guy's rude, I'm going to just ignore a lot of this stuff, which is totally cool. But I gave a lot of information that women could probably use here to find a husband, find a boyfriend, get a serious long-term relationship. Maybe I need to reassess what I'm doing here, X, Y, Z. But a lot of girls dismiss information based on how it's said. So since women are so concerned with how information is conveyed, I don't think they should have power. Because emotions dictate how information is interpreted. And that's catastrophic.
Yeah.
Because based on how you feel, that's going to dictate what's real to you and what matters. That's why I don't think women are good leaders.
But there's some women that are
CEOs,
that don't think like that. They go off the logic instead of
Very few.
That's a minority.
If at all, very
That's
few.
a minority, unfortunately. Yeah. This is why I don't think women should be in positions of power. Like, and this is why most women actually prefer to work for men. For this very reason, actually. They prefer to have a male boss because they know with a male boss, he's at least going to be the same day to day. Women, I'm on a period today. Oh, I'm feeling emotional. Oh my God, I got cramps. And this is very bad.
Wait, I want to ask you a question because this you
Yeah.
said over 30.
Yeah, sure.
If you're not married or anything.
Yeah, yeah, it's
That
danger
you
zone.
say that what?
No, it says like a danger zone, yeah.
Oh, but so it's a
It's
possibility.
dangerous.
Yeah, it's like, if you're 30 years old plus
So I want to say
15,
39. I'm 39.
yeah.
And
Were you married before?
and I was engaged to the father of my daughter.
Oh, why didn't it work out?
He was cheating a lot, and then I got tired and I stepped out as well. So
So he wasn't worthy of accepting the cheating from.
it was a point where I was cool because he was coming home, bills were getting paid. Blah, blah.
Yeah.
But then the abusive and all that shit. So I was like,
He stopped paying bills too?
Oh, him?
Did he stop financially?
Well, I was making more money at that time, so I was paying for a lot. But yes, so it was like 8
Yeah,
years
yeah.
in a relationship. So that's
Yo, look, guys, so
okay.
yeah. Like, bro, if you're gonna be cheating, you gotta make twice as much as you're gonna cheat.
Now I understand what you said about you accept a man cheating on you because he's paying for the bills.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree with you now. Maybe when I was that age,
Well, yeah, I mean, if you were making more money than him and he was cheating on you, I'll actually take your side on that one. That's not acceptable.
Yeah.
but ever since that I haven't been able to be in another relationship. Not another relationship. I've never lived with another man. Never, nothing.
How hard did he hit you?
I was in the hospital when I was pregnant with my daughter.
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, hitting her and not making more? Well, that's cooked.
Yeah.
I think you got legitimate reasons to leave.
Yeah.
That's fair. No, I don't think women. That's another thing. I don't think women should work either. See, if people say, "Oh, Myron, you're a misogynist or you're oppressive or whatever," I just understand female nature, and I think you can either respect women as equals or you can understand them. You can't do both. If you understand women, there's no way you can look at them as equals. I knew she was going to say what she was going to say before she said it. That the information came out rough around the edges, so therefore she dismissed it. And that is fundamentally why I don't think women should be in positions of power. Because
But we don't have that anymore where the men want to take care of the woman, leave them at home, take care of their family. You have a lot of bunch of idiots. You can't say
so you can say what you incompetent men. Yeah.
they're a bunch of gay. There are a lot of low in the DL that they're homos and a lot of, and it's true. You see a lot of men that like to get addicted to that. They love that shit. And it's true. How many times don't you find out that they're in a relationship at home and the niggas out there getting cocked? They sucking his or he's getting, I don't know, in the coochie. That's what so,
I would agree with you. And
That's
I do
not-
think, I would agree with you outside of men being gay. I do think that there's a fundamental lack of awareness that men have a masculine burden of performance. Was that?
That's why women are the way they are now.
Yes.
They're making their own bread, they're going out
Yes.
their own way to make their money and have a success.
So it's the men's
Whether, however they do it, they're gonna do it, right?
I understand.
Because now a lot of men don't have that in them
Yeah, well,
anymore.
you gotta also understand that this started with feminism. So in the 1960s, with birth control pills and feminism and everything else like that, which was created by Jews, by the way, and pushed by Jews. you know, women started entering the workforce, so men felt like, oh, I don't need to make as much. Women work as well.
But I used to work in
so-
a country where we're in Long Island, and majority, 75%, the women are the ones making the money, and the men are staying home taking care of the kids. And we're talking about millionaires, people that are making crazy money. And
Yeah.
in that world,
Yeah.
it's 75%, 80% of the women who's making the
I don't
money.
know if it's that high, but women are definitely starting to out-earn men in a lot of places
And
in
the men are
America.
staying home, taking care of kids, getting
I think that's a problem.
but it's happening.
Yeah, but that's why the birth rates are so low and marriages don't last. As you know, as like women have gained more power and more authority and more income and more education, marriage rates have been plummeting. Birth rates have been going
We don't
down.
need them anymore. We don't, I mean, you can go
Yeah,
out and
you can
have,
make that argument. Yeah.
you could go and have sex with anybody you want to, like you said, we could pick and choose.
Yeah.
It might not take it serious, but as a woman, you have to understand what you're gonna get yourself into.
Yeah, but I think that in the long term that hurts women.
I think
Is
the
my
world,
argument.
I think the world would be a better place if we went back to like our original gender roles, like what we're
Yes.
supposed to do.
I agree. Because I see what you're saying. You're 100% right. Women make their own money and they don't need men. But I would argue that recipe actually hurts women. And I'll show you what I mean by this.
We're gonna be,
But what are we gonna do? You be broken, you know? Like we gotta.
you could always pay somebody to do something till you get old, like the old men.
But if you're earning more than a man,
I feel like I'm never gonna get married at the point in my life of 39. I haven't found anybody that could.
you'll find
Feel-
someone.
Okay, let me explain why this hurts, why feminism actually hurts you guys way more than us.
Okay.
Women have a finite amount of time to find a partner, settle down and have children, right? So you have this window. If you don't find a guy in this window, your ability to find a guy that you want drops off significantly.
Right.
So in other words, what you can attract at 21 is not going to be available to you at 31, right? And on top of that, your career and your success and your income is not going to satisfy you in the same way, right? If you became a doctor, well, let me ask you this. You have a career yourself, right? What do you cherish more, your career or your child?
My career.
More than your kid?
I mean,
More than your kid?
let me explain this.
That's a first.
Really?
Never met a woman that preferred you over your kid?
I love my daughter, but
She's 16.
what?
What? Sorry, go ahead.
You say?
No, she's 16, right?
My daughter should be, yeah, she's gonna be 16. I feel like as a parent, you got your kids and they're gonna leave you at some point, right?
Yeah.
So why am I gonna pick my child over my career? She might leave me and she get married.
Well, I mean, holistically, I'm not talking about right now, this moment of her being 16 years
Oh,
old.
right now, no, I'm gonna pick my daughter.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what I mean.
100%.
Like, if you have to give up one, never have your daughter or never have your
Oh.
career, I think you would probably pick your kid.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah,
I'm about to say call CPS, nigga.
Yeah. No, she's looking at it from the perspective of right now she's going to be outside the house.
Okay.
But no, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, you know, most women would prefer their child over their career, right? And like, I would argue, like, you know, your children is what makes you as a woman, right? But like as a man, we don't get the privilege of having kids unless we have a career. Does that make sense? Like we have to become before we can come. So that's why I think like with women, this to bring this all full circle. The reason why I think feminism is so bad for you guys is because you make money, you go to school, you become successful. Then you're 31, 32 years old, you got your career. Okay, I want a man now. Well, you make $100,000 per year, you're successful. What percentage of men qualify for you? 5% of men qualify now? So it's gonna be way harder for you to find that guy than that guy to find a woman. Because that guy can date a girl at McDonald's. You can't. Does that make sense? So as you become more and more successful, as a woman, doors close. But as a man, as you become more successful, doors open. And I'll tell you right now, myself, right? Every successful guy I know, we all prefer a girl that's younger without a career, right? Because she can pay more attention to us. We don't care about money at all. So that's why I think feminism is so pernicious, because it makes you guys prioritize the wrong thing. And then by the time you realize what I need to prioritize is to, you at least have a child, right? Well, like a lot of women end up at your age and didn't have a kid because they bought into the line. Oh yeah, I can just freeze my eggs and push it back and find a man at the end of the road. So that's why I think it's so bad.
TBG in the building. What's up, Skate?
Yeah, any debt?
How much did your dad total?
Like 5,000. I think even less.
That's not too bad. Okay. Just curious. All right, what about your last thoughts?
I definitely like the show. I would love to be back again. But I feel like all this to be honest with you, you guys been doing this for so long, going viral, having all your moments, but I think some of this is fake and just for contact. You guys know that you try and get views, so you say certain things to round
Right, it's all
people
real,
up.
man. I wish it wasn't real. I mean, you were here. Come on. Which part is fake?
I feel like maybe you guys act a certain way in front of the camera, but behind the cameras you guys are something else.
No, they're the same on camera.
How would you describe this as being on camera?
I know you guys off camera. So I'm like, what is it doing? Because a lot of stuff you see on social media is fake. People just trying to get views and get money, duh.
Wait, it's still a real life show.
But hold on though. None of you girls are married right now, so how is it fake? Like, we're supposed to help you girls out.
I'm also married.
Like, here's how much I'm operating back than not being married. You know?
So how is it fake? Like, we're trying to help your girl out.
I'm mostly married.
You go all over get married, right? Raise your hand if you don't get married. See? One, because she's old, right? So, the end of the day is, if you all girls weren't married and we were talking this shit, then yeah, what's wrong? But your girls can't do what's wrong because you're not married.
Holy shit. Is that 200 gifted subs?
Yeah, let's go.
Yo, no, I can do
Listen, man, listen, it's not fake. It's real shit. Like, he's giving you real game advice.
Bro, I think we're misinterpreting what she's trying to say. I think what she's saying is like, look, you guys aren't as mean as the clips show.
Yes.
You guys aren't really like that in real life is what she's trying to say.
Exactly.
Honestly, nice.
But yeah, I mean, you gotta remember too, like, you know, you saw the girl that was here earlier. None of it was scripted, you know. Women just get offended at the truth a lot of the times. You know what I mean? I guarantee you, she's 18 years old, probably no one ever told has challenged her worldview. Like, hey, there's a scale. You know, her boyfriend that she has right now is probably a brain dead rapper that never challenges her. Like,
I would say worldview. Whenever we're outside, we'll say we're nicer, we're actually cordial to me and not assholes. So to your point, that does make sense.
yeah, I mean, you know,
It's high and by, bro.
I'm just honest about like,
Do you come across like that to people in the, like when you're outside, wherever, like just say in a restaurant? I don't know.
No, why?
like,
You're
when
fucking retarded.
like when people come up and be negative?
Not necessarily negative, but let's say stupidity of that.
No. Most people come up, it's always like guys and they say, yo, thank you for saying what you say. Like, I want you my
I
girlfriend.
mean, I like. Yeah.
He smoked it.
This is not.
I've never seen that before. I wonder what that is.
No.
What does that do?
So instead of using like the tobacco, we put this aluminum.
That's really?
Yeah.
It smoked different.
Yeah.
Damn.
When you smoke like even like super harsh, you smoking a whole thing of tobacco.
I never tried that shit before. That's crazy.
Like I'm a fan. Yeah, when I watch the show.
Oh, okay, you've seen it
So
before.
you say a lot of bullshit. A lot of ladies, a lot of women can't handle it. They don't accept it. But I think most of the shit that you say is true.
Yeah, I mean, we tell you guys, I tell you guys what men say in the locker room a lot of times that they'll never tell women. Because if men were as honest as me, they wouldn't get laid. They'd just be like, women would get mad, oh, you're a misogynist, whatever.
No.
Well, all of us are kind of misogynists. I mean, we all think that you guys are kind of dumb and annoying and we don't really value your opinion, even though we might lie.
Yeah,
Be like, oh my god, your opinion matters so much, but like, the only guys I've seen that like really value female opinions like that are guys that you guys don't want to be around anyway.
That cooks.
Like guys that are like not successful, guys that like don't have their shit together. Because like if you're letting a woman lead you, you've already lost as a male, to be honest. Because y'all don't want that. You don't want some guy that can't be decisive and make decisions and shit like that.
What do you want to eat, babe?
Yeah, like,
What you gonna do for lunch?
you know what I mean?
You don't want that.
Well, I'll be honest, like her situation, like your dispensary guy ain't gonna last long. You know what I mean? Like you're in New York City with higher earners, and you know what I mean. It's just some richer nigga's gonna come by and buy some weed one day and strike up a conversation, and oh shit, I can, you know what I mean? I can do better. New York City's good for women, bro. By the way, to me, man, bad for us, but good for them.
What about California?
I can leave. Yeah, because I'll tell you what, New York City has real money.
Yeah.
Like the niggas here are cappers. Fake,
Scammers.
Yeah.
Scammers.
Yeah.
So I had two girls tell me they'd rather go to California or New York. I was like, why? Because over there is real money, old money. Money that's tested time, and if they're a ringer, here's like fly by night. You're here today, got some
A lot of new money here.
Yeah.
A lot of fraud. Lots of scammers, and you can obviously sell the facade.
Yeah.
Most people that are in New York City living there, living at a lot of times it's real. Real money. Personally here, they might get an apartment lease and everything else like that. Get a car, get a car for a little bit of scam, and then they make it out here for 3 to 6 months and they leave. I mean, I'm sure. Who lives here in Miami? I mean, yeah, you guys see these scammers all the time. So, like, for women, again, this is for women, there's way better prospects in New York City than in Miami, by far. By far, that's
That's actually a very good point.
yeah, like as a female, you have better prospects.
Keep it real, that's being honest.
Yeah, you have way better prospects up there. And they're educated too. That's another thing too that I'll say, that I noticed big difference from living on the East Coast versus coming down here to South Florida. People here are very, holy shit. Like, at least in New York City, Boston, these Northeast cities, a lot of the guys that you come across that have money, they're gonna be college educated, they're gonna be a bit more intelligent, higher IQ. Down here in South Florida, people are, at At least the locals. If you do meet someone somewhere here, they're never from here. Ever. They're never from somewhere else. Miami niggas are. What about you? Alright, last thoughts.
I had a great time. I feel like this show teaches me a lot. I feel like since the first time I came on until now, I've grown a lot, and it's thought-provoking questions that, make me want to change.
Would you say that this show helped you find or get this man to keep? Would you say it helped you a little bit, or?
It definitely did. No, I really mean that.
Alright, so good stuff. Nice.
You guys work. It works.
Good stuff, man.
What about you? Final thoughts?
I was nervous.
Oh, we can tell.
Really nervous.
She wanted to leave, bro.
Yeah. I was just
So we're gonna roast you or something?
I mean, a little bit. And just say things that I just didn't agree with, and then whatever. I was kind of sitting back there watching.
Or you worried that we were gonna say that we would be afraid that you wouldn't agree with?
Just my lifestyle, I guess. Just who I am.
She belongs to the streets. I mean, you are who you are. We can't
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I really do is I'm like, all right, well, he chose his lifestyle. This is what's probably gonna happen.
Yeah.
That's really all it is. But I never tell girls oh my gosh, I just agree with your lifestyle. I'm like, oh, well, okay, you choose that like this. What's gonna happen?
That's your life.
The likelihood of,
I actually really appreciate hearing your guys' point of view, and a lot of the things that you said have been things that my brother has said to me already, and so I was kind of thinking back on that too. I was just kind of taking it all you guys' thoughts.
Yeah. Are you gonna leave Nebraska to get away from this guy or whatever? Or
I don't know. I'm kind of just taking some space right now.
they're in a restraining order. He keeps doing that shit.
Well, I'll tell you this, man. Come over here, start stripping. You better sell fucks too, nigga.
I'm not stripping.
You better get that shit straight.
Man. This one guy.
Miami's not
She's
cheap.
about to go up to Broward County.
Bro, Miami's not cheap, bro.
I mean, well, white girls aren't common in Miami.
Yeah, they get probably shit
We
way
say
more.
Hispanic, usually more
All
Hispanic
these
girls.
geeks and these Alright niggas. Oh, blue eyes. $1,000. Bro,
Yeah, any Pakistani niggas be thirsty for white girls.
I met this guy,
That
right?
actually might be good for you.
I met this guy. He's a hot boy. Rich, really rich, right? A tycoon. You know what he does?
What?
He'll do go on Instagram and say how much it costs. And he'll put his
Yeah, Indian Pakistani niggas be thirsty for white girls. I mean, this guy actually might be good for you.
I met this guy. Old cowboy. Rich, really rich, right? Tycoon. You know what he does?
What?
He'll give him go on Instagram. I said, how much you cost? And he'll put his close story. Okay, she's $2,000 confirmed. Okay, confirmed. I'm like, nigga, what are you doing? He said, oh, let the niggas know that they're for sale. What the fuck, bro? So did he does that every day, bro? He has a whole list.
Who, Noble?
Oh, it's a white guy. Cowboy.
I don't know, G, bro.
You said who's on the list, bro. You'd be surprised. Girls that we know.
I wouldn't even be surprised
Oh,
anymore.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't even.
Holy.
Bro, this is an economy now. All right, what about you? You haven't said much.
I mean, I respect everything I've been saying. So,
You agree? Disagree?
yeah, no, I agree. Just been quiet. Yeah.
Your nickname is Independent Thinker. You know, somebody asked for her opinion. She went and told the other girls
Yeah.
their opinions. I don't know.
What do you know?
I don't know.
Thank you for coming. I didn't even know you were here. All right, what about you?
I mean, you guys are awesome. We need more men like you in this world, so cheers to that.
Yeah, they hate us.
Battle, bro.
They taught me this thing, what is it? Like, click.
All the time.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I think we're the most hated. Yeah.
Hey, we're both allowed to hate it at the same time.
And it's because every demographic, the niggers hate us, the Jews hate us,
Girls hate us.
girls hate us,
We should,
Indians hate us.
we should rate you guys 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10.
Whites.
Sometimes no one do.
Yeah.
Well, not after the white girl issue, like milks.
Yeah. Everybody, they hate you too. We're openly racist and misogynistic and
Niggas hate us.
anti-Semitic. So.
But you can take the heat back if they say something you have to, right?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Hell, I made fun of Arabs too, man. I think it's terrorist. Yeah, man. You can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas running jihad and everything.
But we don't hate. We just talk, the truth.
Yeah, I mean, facts.
I also
Yeah.
think it's really hard to find like honest people now in this world, and you guys do a pretty good job
Yeah.
of serving that.
Well, was Hitler wrong?
All right.
Was he? Honestly?
Yeah.
Hey, man, okay. All right. What about you?
It was very different. Perspectives. I see clips, so I was very like on the fence.
What do you think we're going to say the whole time?
Nothing. Just be disrespectful. I don't know. Say a bunch of bullshit, but you guys honestly like I understand the perspective. I know, I was hearing your thoughts, and it's very different.
You know, the crazy part is I get it. They watch clips, so they're thinking
The worst.
because I guess I'll break the third wall here. When you guys see those clips, right, of us kicking a girl out, whatever, there's still been 45 minutes to an hour build up of her being a pain in the ass, and then we kick her out, or that girl, stepping out. But the reason why the child was roasted her so bad is because she was really dumb. So they're just making fun of her, saying she's dumb as shit, she got offended and triggered.
They call me Darkest Night. They call him terrorist.
They call me a terrorist.
We get the same
Yeah, I read
shit.
some of the comments. Everything crazy.
Oh yeah, they roast us too.
No, I warned you girls before the show.
Yeah.
That's what they did. Don't get triggered.
Yeah,
Nobody's
that's
safe.
what it's all that they do.
So,
It's the internet.
yeah,
What about you?
unfortunately.
No, I actually like I said, I follow the show where basically I don't even know your name, but I know. That's all.
The guy that hates
But
women.
everything and
my
things,
nickname.
so you kind of guys are similar.
Oh, Andrew?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Friend of the show. He's been on a bunch of times. We actually got to go out to
We need the
Go to visit him.
Yeah, collab.
Well, Marco Rubio just
Yeah.
just so you guys know, the Secretary of State might revoke your passport for political speech.
What?
We'll say this though.
Yeah.
Anything in Miami isn't too bad.
Well, the thing is if they revoke your passport, they can't take your citizenship. But I'm saying that will impede your ability to travel.
Yeah. So you're stuck here.
Yeah. So
Yikes.
yeah.
We'll see what happens.
All right. Good, bro. That's really what it is.
There's more chats here. We gotta get there because you guys were waiting.
Oh. Okay. Then we'll close out.
Also, some more
I'll
stuff
fly through these.
for the supporters.
Yo, shout out to you guys. You guys like the show better now that we're on Rumble and Kick only, bro? We don't gotta worry about game YouTube. Alright, can we get a night train? I don't know, bro, it's two. I'm not gonna name the names, but there are two groups of people that are seriously our country. You guys, what group of people is that? What do you guys think?
The ones with fake lips and the ones with fake noses.
No, that's not it.
Blacks, it is the blacks.
Okay, that's the other side.
them up. Like, they look like Bro from only. I don't know.
I mean, she's not wrong.
Yeah, she got half it right. All right. Yo, that happy merchant beam is crazy. All right, Razor. Martin, you should have found something worth investigating through Rick's after they falsely detained you and made a false report. Oh, you haven't the hardest time ever legal shit? Bro, it's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. But yeah, they made that lie, and then internal affairs investigated, and I got cleared. So nothing happened. But yeah, niggas lied, bro. I mean, that's why I hate that club. You being at 304. What the Harley Quinn, since the past. Oh, she cooked. Oh, she gone.
Yeah, Demos.
Destiny Stars. Ladies, who's the most attractive and least attractive on the panel?
Too late.
Yeah, too late. Harley Quinn is for the love of the game. All right. Burrow, wonder who popped that up better, Cornstar, Mudshark, or Cheetah? Sure. Okay. What's up next? All right, guys. So I'll be live tomorrow for the debrief at 5 or 6 p.m. We're gonna cover, Candace Owens' breakdown of the Charlie Kirk situation. I'm going to cover the Middle East as well. I think things are ramping up in the Middle East with Qatar's retaliation to Israel. And cover some other political stuff as well. You guys know we're going to cover all the news and the politics. And anything fresh you want to tell?
Tomorrow, 35 Podcast, 10 p.m. There's some girls as well for a late night show. So tune into that.
Are you guys going to bring
We're bringing a celebrity's ex-girlfriend that wants to expose him a little bit online. But nothing too crazy, but should be hilarious.
Alright, cool. Alright, guys, so we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. All the girls' Instagrams are below, so I'm sure you guys can go ahead and send a dick pic. They'd probably appreciate it. And peace. We'll catch you guys.
Hey, you feel like
You got no gray hair.
you feel like
Anything else?
you feel like 45-year-old men supposed to
No, I
look
feel
like
like a lot of handsome older men, but just not one else's business.
That's how I've always been. I like to beat everybody to the gym, get good for everybody. Before workout, before the trainer, before anybody that's there, I'm trying to beat you there. That's how I've always been. My pop raised me like that. We always show up to the gym early, get shots up before practice. So that's how I always roll for it.
They said that during your pre-draft, whenever you have a workout, you are never beat to the gym. Never. Is that true?
Yeah,
And how important is that?
That's how I've always been. I like to beat everybody to the gym, get good for everybody.
I'm not fucking old, bitch. I don't want no nigga, no trick. Just give me the fucking money. Fuck.
excuse me, with the jean jacket, what did you drink today?
We all got pockets and Benson.
What's wrong with this generation? What you do to earn it? What you do to earn it? You acting like you earned it. What we got this for? We might as well go straight to the party.
We getting your time. We getting.
I'm not fucking old, bitch.
song, The Strollers of Africa, those three. Hey, this is a sunny day today. What's the law? You don't like that in that situation. He's suicidal. You don't like that in that situation? Nothing's really that big a deal, guys. Once this don't even happen, this is a black man. I'm just using white people for black man. Something bad happens to him. No. What do you mean? No. And people get really. So that's your secret to endlessly attempting things in life. That's your secret to annoying your enemies. If black people, yes.
Oh, that's good. You see the video? He gay? I don't know. He gay. He gay. Oh, yeah. But I did see a video. What the fuck? You see the video? What you talking about? Oh, it's going like, bro, I know what you're talking about, bro. That's just gay shit on purpose. I don't know about that, bro. That's nothing. I mean, I don't care. I mean, that's nothing. I'm just saying, did you see it? I'm not judging it, bro. Bitch.
Get to the haircut.
Strangers cheering when you want to stop. The applause when people who weren't there and were good as they is the cheapest thing all there is. Makes a difference between the two. Protect your peace, your time, your access to water. Nah, don't try to be supportive. Once you see people negative about your support, we don't need it anymore. I had folks who never bought a product, never shared my posts, never seen me decline. All of a sudden, proud of me was the money y'all got. I'm talking about they always do. Always do. You didn't even know that 6 years ago. You was silent when I was building. So don't get loud. And that's not pride. That's position. They position themselves to be in the picture. Once the picture got valuable, they want to be able to claim the relationship with the version of you they never helped create. See, a grown move is not to confront. The grown move is to remember. Real ones support you when it's unknown. Strangers cheer you when you're unstoppable. The applause for people who weren't there on the building stage is the cheapest kind of applause there is. Notice the difference between the two. You protect your peace, your time, your access to
to him, he'll tell you.
I'm not that emotional, bro. I don't just blame him, honestly. Other than
I'm not surprised. Wow, did you meditate? But that wasn't the question.
yeah, I know, but like you said, express emotions to somebody that I feel safe with. Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Or when glad. When you don't feel safe with nobody. He basically said he never felt safe with nobody. You a lot of stress.
Did it?
Well, he's been publicly betrayed before, so I get
So nine.
No, we
It's all
got
good.
your back, bro. We got your back.
Yeah, I seen it. I love that. Y'all was cooking.
I was like, man, she from the wrong way.
Hey, shout out to her though, baby.
Already. Did any girls that come on the show don't like?
I'm smashing people.
So the question is, would you date any girls that came on the show don't like?
When I date them,
Any?
I introduce them to the BBC. I'm saying, I like who likes me.
Raise your hand if you're more married.
Bro.
No. I'll take everybody in trouble.
I'll say this about the question. Definitely, I'll try not to. Do you think men fall in love differently than women do? Of course, but what do you think?
Yeah, we definitely fall in love different. I mean, honestly, though, but we're not really even supposed to fall in love with one girl. Like, when we talk about women acting outside their nature, a woman acting outside her nature is being dominant and being submissive. A man acting outside his nature is talking about women. If you look at it, only in European culture do you have one wife. If you're melanated, there's no culture of melanated people having one wife. So we're all
Nowhere on earth.
we have multiple wives everywhere. So it's like we're acting outside our nature when we're being loyal. When we act outside our nature, it's like, bro, what is considered normal is outside our nature. What is considered normal is actually within a female's nature. We're asking them to be submissive. We're asking them to listen.
It's out of or it's inner?
They're dominant. They don't listen. They're arguments. They're always having conflict. So they're acting outside their nature of being submissive. A guy, to be accepted and to be a part of this society, we have to act out of nature. You're mostly talking to multiple women. There's a reason why they can only get pregnant once. You can pregnant 9 women at one time. It's just the way it was supposed to be.
That's disgusting.
But it's like, one more time. I give him a spatula. He can throw a spatula the way he did.
Question again.
Do you think men fall in love differently than women do?
Men fall in love instantly. Women don't.
That's so true. I think that's true.
like that.
So the concept of love at first sight is really a man's concept, not a woman.
That's true. I was just gonna say that.
A man have to really jump through hoops and barriers to really get a woman to love him. Yeah, so you look at a woman the first time and fall in love instantly.
Now, me, I was it ain't about her big old booty. It's about her beauty, man.
Yeah.
It's about what she fulfills and the attributes that she possesses.
Yes.
You know, I don't care about your physical, the exterior, that withers away with time.
But you do care
But
about
what
that.
dwells inside of you, yeah, of course, we all have some type of let me tell y'all something. This pimp told me. He said, hey, bro, where the face lacks at, the body picks up at. So, we
can deal with a woman that has an atrocious face, but she has a cold body. You go like, oh boy, I got me one.
Yeah.
Same thing with a woman. A man can have a face his face is terrible, but he got a cold body. She's like, oh, I might just, I want to rub on that bad. I want to see what's going on.
Yeah.
So to me, it's about the attributes a woman possesses and not so much what's on the exterior.
But pretty cute is a pretty dude. I know a couple of billionaires, and the wives are pretty normal, average, but they're not like big booty, like, models. But I'll say this, what they do for their husbands, they're richer. I don't realize, so that's very important.
Yes.
I'll say this, man, men love women differently because men give 100%. They give they really like you, want to be with you, they give everything. Women, y'all give us genuine self.
You messed it up for us. You messed it up for us. You got her ammunition.
That clip of Gucci Man's wife, right? That is a prime example for me with a woman that I aspire to have, right? When she's on there talking about, hey, if Gucci Man needed a graphic cover, a graphic designer, if he needed his wardrobe picked out, I don't let him spend money on none of that. I'm gonna go figure it out myself. She's gonna adapt to whatever situation he's in to accommodate her man. So they both can benefit from the situation. That's the woman that I need. Once a woman is fulfilling all roles, sexually, financially, she's going above there now.
Help me.
At that point, I won't need another woman. But until then, I need a woman that can play first base, second base, third, and home plate.
There you go.
If she can't do all of those, man, hey, I might have a wandering eye though.
If you realize high quality men that get with a domesticated backbone who supports him, if you realize I'll say 70% are not cheaters. Why is that? Because of the same logic that you just described. They cover all bases. So he's content, he's at peace, he's comfortable, he's fed, stomach in.
I say all the time, a good woman frequents the earth like a solar eclipse.
Yes.
Hard to find.
But they're out there. They're out there. They're out there.
Yes, they are.
They're out there, Fred. They're out there.
They definitely are.
It's like a solar eclipse, man.
Years. What is one thing the man misunderstand? Okay. I would say attraction.
Everything.
Because men will say, oh, she likes me. I know she don't. No. She's playing the field, get what she wants. And she's done with you, she gone. What do you think?
See, that's a misunderstanding right there.
No, 100%.
I would say the whole listening to them about being 50-50 and what they don't want 50-50 emotional, they don't want 50-50 in no type of way, they want you to be superior. They don't want a man that they look at directly. They want a man looking up at. That's why dudes that have height on them, they can get the W's just because it's not about attraction. It's about the primal urge of looking up at someone that can tell you and look down on you. A woman want to know that he's in a higher position than her, physically, mentally, financially.
What's that 68th degree? He walks around, it's like, he's walking.
What are you talking about?
That YouTuber, 68th degree. It's for cancer as well.
Yeah.
What do you think? What's one thing men misunderstand about women? One thing.
One thing we misunderstand about women,
In a real way.
I mean, we misunderstand everything about women. A woman will wake up feeling totally different about you tomorrow.
Yeah.
She'll love you today, and tomorrow she'll feel entirely different about you in a real way. So I would never be able to understand a woman's logic.
But that doesn't go without influence.
Without with time, with everything. Because a woman don't understand herself. When a woman is on her period.
We change every 28
I can't can't trust none that bleeds for several days and the whole guy.
You guys are biggest misunderstanding. Oh, I think the biggest misunderstanding that men have about women is the role that they have to play in their life.
Thank you.
I think the biggest misunderstanding is that they get confused between the role that their mother played in their life and they compare it to what they want their woman to play in their life. And you should compare it to. Your mother love is unconditional.
Exactly.
Your woman love is.
Exactly.
Ooh.
That's true. That's true. Yes. That's true.
Your woman love is conditional. And for you to think otherwise, you're foolish. But you think that your woman is stupid like your mother. You're unconditional. That's the biggest misconception men have. So it's just a role that they can
Because I was true, bro. I had this conversation with a girl 2 nights ago, and I was telling her, like, man, I was a lot more vulnerable in my other relationships, and I was a lot more open, and I felt like I was more emotional. And she was like, how did that change? I was like, I looked within myself, and I was like, bro, I was looking for a mother. I wasn't looking for a partner. I was looking for a mom because I thought that's what a woman was, or that's what's right.
You think she's supposed to be clean up, do your clothes? No, nigga, ain't your mama now.
It's like I was looking for someone to take care of me. I said, God damn, in my early 20s, I was looking for someone to fill my mother's role, and I'm supposed to have it all figured out.
Exactly.
That's not what it was. So it's like, hey, you're looking for a mom.
The head of the household, he ain't looking for mama. He's looking for a partner.
Exactly.
So most don't want a partner, they want mama. So they compare their woman to their mama. It's like, no, you ain't your mama.
It's not Alabama.
Would you mess with a girl in a wheelchair?
I'm in that bit like. Wheels smelling like burnt rubber.
I got Tokyo Drift.
Why?
You're disabled. So, I'm not doing worse. Would you mess with a girl who can't
Doing it.
No.
I smash them all the time, but they don't get a good cut.
Yeah, that's a okay.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta cook together.
Well,
Oh yeah, second part justice.
yeah, I will because you know. So I'm a basic man. I still like chili dogs.
I want the chili dog too nasty.
No, you open a can of chili, baby. I appreciate you.
He's not looking for a mama, somebody to cook him a hot plate food every day. You know, if he's tired, it's okay.
At this point, no, anyway, so. Would you rather a woman who challenges your growth or one who completely submits? That's pretty obvious.
I need my growth challenge.
Thank you.
I need to grow as a man.
Not all
I
men.
need a woman to submit in totality.
See?
If she's not gonna submit, I don't want nothing to do with you. Why? Because there's an abundance of women that are gonna succumb to my will.
I know I'm not always right.
Succumb to my will.
I know I'm not always right, so I need you to let me know when I'm not right. So you can't submit sometimes. I'm not always right when I need you to submit because I think I'm right. So at times I need you to say, no, I ain't submitting.
Now, when the king gives his decree, it's okay for the queen to advise him, but my decree is my decree. Period. They're not gonna honor the queen's decree that what I say is final. I'm gonna hear you, baby. Go ahead, whisper in my ear. But at the end of the day, my decree is final.
Okay. In a real way.
In a real way.
Okay, so you want her to submit and not challenge your growth.
No, don't. I'm gonna grow. It's a part of me as a man. You know, it's a part of my purpose to grow.
Not all.
Anytime we stop growing, we stop evolving. You know, you're dead at that point.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You're dead.
So, what do you say?
You don't need no hoe.
What's that? I thought
To submit.
I don't need no hoe.
It's your turn.
I'll say submit as well, but here's the issue, right? Full submission doesn't lead to issues. I'll tell you what.
Very much.
Because if I say everything to a woman, she's doing whatever I say. To Charles' point, I'm not always right. But when I'm wrong, babe, what about this? You know what? Damn, I didn't see that there. So I'll say this: submission is important, we need her to help you as well. We need her to go.
Just for growth come in.
Yeah. They're gonna say, 100% submission.
Yeah.
You don't always
Wants control. They only want control.
As a king-minded person, with a king's mind, my ethnocentric belief is I'm always right.
Yeah.
I'm making a decision, I thought about it, but if you don't have nobody to challenge you when you're wrong, then where do you grow at?
You're
You
right.
gotta do it in that smooth way though. I'm not saying like, oh no, it's like, man, what about this? All right, you know what?
As she should. As she should. If
But
she's
you
your
don't
main.
at all. Of course.
I don't want a yes man around me.
Yeah. Yes, man. No.
I think that's what she's there for. She sees things the Bible teaches about it. She can see things that you can't see. That's a part of her job, is to talk to you and challenge you and be like, okay, baby, you know what? I think they're paying you a lot of money, but it's going to mess up your brand. You're gonna mess up your brand. You understand? Like you're in you're in entertainment.
He just spoke of Gucci's wife, right?
You're in entertainment.
I heard her say that when he's going through his mental episode of breakdown, she'll take his phone.
Yes.
He want to post. He's gonna go so crazy. She'll change his. That's her.
Should have left it with
That's
the phone.
That's her bucket and authority. No, I ain't submit now.
Yeah.
So you need that balance on it.
Bitch is taking my phone.
Wants submission and not someone to challenge you, is somebody who just wants to control somebody.
I agree with you in totality. You do need that. But at the end of the day, that's part of her advising you. She doesn't put that decree down. You know,
She said she takes his phone. She not only does she take his phone, she said I changed the password. Oh, that's your partner.
She got too much control.
Yeah, come on. No bitch is taking my phone. No bitch is taking.
It says when they get married, two becomes one.
Exactly. And he's mentally challenged too.
It's like them saying, give me the keys.
Yeah, you can't drive.
It's like them saying, you're going through a mental episode, I'm not gonna let you post nothing right now.
That's all she's doing. She's protecting both of you.
She said, I go so far as to even change his password where he don't even know.
It's protection. That's what she's there for.
Does she have to say so in it? No, sir.
What's that?
When it's time to sign them contracts, does she advises you, hey baby, I think you should or you shouldn't sign it. Her influence might play a part in whether you sign or not, but at the end of the day, it's the king's decree that makes it come to fruition.
That's true.
Period. Nobody in the military is listening to the Queen of England. They're listening to the Army General.
Yeah.
Charleston White's the Army General. We're gonna listen to what Charleston says. Not what his girlfriend says.
Hey, listen. Hey, when you give this one that title, you can't leave her out of decision making as the king. Y'all have to come to the table as one and say, we do this together.
How the fuck did I get to this position in the first place?
That's why he
She was not telling me what to do.
Because that's his partner. This ain't no one man army. We partners. That's why
We are a team, but your job is to advise.
No,
You take control within the household, but outside of the household, no sir.
I'll say this.
Shorty was not telling me what to do
Yes.
So to your point,
to get to where I am.
All men have an issue. But all men have an issue. Just remember, all men have an issue that just his woman know about.
And women got an issue as well.
No. We're not gonna look at the woman. We're not gonna look at the woman. Every great man, from Thomas Jefferson to Ben Franklin, we had two great presidents. The reason why we celebrate July 4th, we had two great presidents who were once friends who became enemies. It was they women who was writing letters amongst each other and brought their friendship back together.
Okay.
So when you look at the Bush family, when you look at the Kennedy family, it was a woman.
let's be honest with you. Gucci's issue is not her issue.
It's not. That's him.
Difference.
Hold on. Listen, me and you all got an issue, brother. It's a sexual perversion we like. It's something that our woman know about us that the rest of the world don't know. That she keeps to herself and protects us based on what she know about us that the other world don't know. That's the fact that she knows he's got a mental problem. When he going through the mental problem, guess what she do? What the king say? The king will get online and go to talking crazy. I'm gonna take the phone away from the king. Homie, you need somebody that'll stand up to the king.
Okay. And let's put this in a
Because you're
simpler
crash out
form.
king. Go ahead.
Let's put it in a simpler form for you, Plumber. Right? Okay. The question.
Why I gotta be perfect?
I'm sorry. I didn't. I'm sorry. Oh, Aaron. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's two Aarons right now. I apologize. Okay? Right there. I'm sorry. Hey, Aaron.
My brother right there.
Okay. So, ask the question again for me, Fresh.
So once again, would you rather a woman who challenges your growth or one who completely submits to you?
Okay. I'm gonna just put it in a simpler form for you.
Reduce it like a fraction.
Yes. Okay. The 3 year. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's say you live in your mama's basement, right? You live in your mama's basement. I'm your girlfriend, right? And you start to date me, and I'm like, okay, babe, you know what? I'm your girlfriend. It's been a year. We've been in your mama's basement, right?
Yeah.
A submissive woman would chill out with you there, right? And she wouldn't challenge you at all. You need to get the love. Like, what are we doing? Like, is this where you're gonna be next year? Is this what we gonna do? That's challenging your growth.
That's okay. I understand what you're saying.
What I'm telling you is that's what's challenging your growth. If she was submissive to you and not challenge you, she would have laid right on the side of you and you guys Netflix and chill all day. And you know what? She don't say, baby, where do you see yourself 3 years from now? What are we doing? Are you gonna stay in your mama house for the next year?
I understand what you're saying, but
I'm just saying that's called challenging your growth.
This is why he's single after 3 years. You know, because you alone as fuck.
Go single after 3 years.
You know, being with her.
Oh yeah, in a real way.
Fuck, you so annoying, bro.
Just because a woman is submissive, right? That doesn't mean she's not whispering positive affirmations in my ear while we're in that basement. That doesn't mean she's not fulfilling her duties as a woman just because we're in that basement. She might be in the basement today and the mansion tomorrow because we do viral, we done ran up a bit. Who knows how the situation might transpire. But just because her being submissive, right? That might spark the fuse that I need. I might come home feeling defeated. But just because my woman is being submissive, that was the extra energy that I need to run up that bag and get me in the mansion. And by the way, babe, yeah, we're in the basement right now, but I know Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? In a real way. So we're not gonna be in this basement for too long. Let me call Charleston. Hey, what we got going on, man?
Yeah.
In a real way, baby.
Yeah, also,
you say you don't want her to challenge?
Imagine this, right? If I need a woman to help me become successful, because as a man, I just have to purpose and drive. If I don't have that, what am I? So first of all, I get your point, but if he needs you to help him succeed,
Misunderstood. That wasn't a statement. I didn't say that. So you misunderstood what I also said. I didn't say you need to help him. It's when he explained. It's when he was explaining to him that, oh, I don't need my woman to tell me this. I
never said that. I said
well, in the beginning,
for my woman to advise me.
Well, you said that in the end. You said that in the end.
Yes, it's my decision.
Maybe you can do it. Like,
It's my decision, not yours.
Can I get my take?
that's a fact, Jack. If a woman has to help you succeed, 100%. Alright, last one here says, do you believe true strength in a man includes emotional control and emotional awareness, or just control? So do you believe true strength in a man includes emotional control? Which, what does emotional control mean?
Emotional control or what?
I'm like,
What
what?
is this?
True strength in a man. Do you believe true strength in a man lies in a man's emotional control, or what's the other option?
or emotional awareness?
Emotional awareness. Emotional control or awareness.
Whatever, because I don't know what that means.
Well, without emotional awareness, you won't have emotional control.
You're right.
Yeah, so you have to be aware of certain things that trigger your negative emotion that cause you to act in a certain way.
You're right.
So you can learn that in AA.
Well, I'll say this: being stoic does have its foundation power, but of course, emotional tendencies. Yeah, bro. I mean, that's not what we should be doing anyway.
Anytime a man acts out of his emotions, he's out of nature. It is for a man.
Yeah.
Because you have to go against your complete makeup to act out of these emotions. Because your natural reaction to an uncomfortable emotion for a man is to go in his thoughts. Man, he got me up. I ain't a talk.
Yeah.
Women go into their feelings. A man don't, because his whole design is to think, not feel. That's why we so we don't know what to feel. That's why we act out what we feel.
I think that can also be strength in emotional vulnerability and being able.
See, what are you talking like more salad? This is a young lady.
21 years old.
Yeah, this is a young lady that's talking.
But I was just saying, because females, females speak on emotions, males speak on
I want to
experience.
hear her perception too. She seemed like she got a good head on her shoulder, but that's keep. You know what I'm saying?
My Haitian sister, yeah.
And a real white.
Muslims
I'm older than
28, 48. That's all right.
Yes.
I thought you was.
Everybody's different, so go with the flow and read your partner, know your partner, because some people will be submissive, but at the same time, there's going to be people that are going to speak up, and you just take that in consideration, because everyone's different.
Before we go to, I want to ask one question.
Sure.
What? I want to know these women perception on poly relationships. Now, a lot of people, want to indulge in polys, right, for selfish gain. They don't see the benefits in it as well. The financial benefits, the physical benefits. So I just want to know, what are these women perception on poly relationships? Why would you indulge in one, and why would you not indulge in one?
We'll start here.
Well, let's be real. Poly is only for rich men, so if you're broke, don't even think about that. So let's be for real. But some of you guys are mad delusional. You that aren't doing nothing for the woman. You just want that, and that's not right.
A broke man can give out the instructions. If we're all working financially, we can make it work. In a real way, it's a team effort. It's not just me.
He can't instruct his own self. Women are looking for results. One thing about a woman, they look for results. So a broke man can't give out instruction because she looking at your situation.
So a broke man can't possess the intellect to direct. That's what you're saying? A broke man can't possess the intellect to direct.
That's right.
Plenty of men that are super intelligent, right? That just don't have the financial means.
No, if
they haven't inhabited. They haven't inhabited the right team.
No, he's not intelligent. Because a man don't need a team.
Do we know intelligent men that don't have money? Do you know? I know plenty of them. I know crazy charlatans that don't have a dime.
That's true.
I'm smart. They're broke. But
They're just smart.
But they're rich at the same token. Don't take nothing from them.
They need a job.
They have that intelligence.
So they smart for the job.
Wisdom can't be taken from you, but that financial means that can be stripped from you.
This is what I realized. Most are not rich. Most know something. They just don't know how to do nothing. So it's good to know a lot. They just don't know how to do it.
Yeah.
Or if they know it, they can talk it, but they can't execute it. That's what separates just having knowledge compared to wisdom. No, I want some wisdom. It's a bunch of know a lot. If you ask them to show you and to apply it, they can't. So you dumb to me. Yeah, you dumb. Because one thing about a poor man, at some point, through goals plans and aspirations, you find your riches.
Yeah, it's true. At some point.
Yeah.
Some point. What about you? So, did you finish or no?
Yes, I finished.
Sure. Okay. Go ahead.
It was the question of my view on poly relationships.
Why did you get into one? What?
I really speak
You're free.
Okay, I honestly think that when you're in a relationship with someone long enough, you should be able to take it upon yourself to make them feel open enough to express if their needs aren't met, and if you feel comfortable with helping them get them needs met, and if you feel comfortable with exploring that side of things, then yeah, maybe one day I would be open to it. It kind of just depends on the chemistry in the relationship, and if things start getting a little dry and you feel like it's salvageable and it's still meaningful and it's still beneficial to keep that relationship around your life, then maybe a poly relationship would help that connection keep going into the future.
Now, what if you're getting into one from the start?
No,
Why?
it's not my thing from the start.
Yeah.
It's just off rip. No, I like
Why is it not your thing?
I like a genuine one-on-one connection starting out,
We can have a one-on-one connection, just me and you time. But when it's her time, it's her time.
And I mean, I guess if it's like a millionaire,
These women have a price on them. Yes. These women have, you can be bought. You can be bought. So why do I want to invest anything into you and you can be bought? You're not priceless. You're not priceless. You can easily be bought. This woman right here might not have a price on her. So I might want to indulge. I might want to invest a whole lot more into her. But because you have a price tag on you, baby,
I'm not saying a price tag on me. I'm just saying that
you have a price tag on you. Because as long as I'm a millionaire, you're willing to do things for me that you wouldn't do for the next man. This man might be
because you will be willing to do things that other men aren't able to bring to the table.
Millionaire in his attributes.
So if you're able to express generosity,
I might be a millionaire
that's my
today,
judgment,
but
then
next year he might be a billionaire. He might supersede me.
Yeah.
Because he put the work and the effort in, but you overlook him because he don't have the financial means by right now. You done played yourself.
Okay, so let's take finances out of it. Let's take finances out of it.
No, that's what you said. All this is a millionaire. I ain't gonna double that.
No, I said, now maybe if he's a millionaire, it might cloud my judgment a little bit, because he'll be able to bring me things that I might not have ever had in life.
This game, this good game.
Question for you. Let's say a black man is a millionaire. He's lucky he's a millionaire. Would you give him a chance?
No, it's all comes down to chemistry. If he's a millionaire and we have no chemistry or emotion, I'm not marrying a millionaire that I don't actually have love for. I'm just saying it would be a plus. At the end of the day, love is everything.
Add one more in there. Successful, 6 foot, charming, connection. Would you give him a chance?
Connection?
Yeah, would you give him a chance?
I haven't been there, so TBD.
What if he's in his room right now? Yeah.
I haven't been there.
But what if he's here right now? There you go.
But he's not.
You're gonna miss your blessing.
Oh,
I might.
But does he? What are you talking about?
I guess I might. Honestly, I'm just gonna say, like, I've heard this speech a million times. People always think they keep coming, sweep me off my feet. Thank you. I've heard I'm different. Every guy thinks they're different. But if you come off too strong, then I'm not gonna be interested.
What is too strong, babe?
You. Don't do it like that. You ain't trying to come on. If you listen to me into the corner, I'm gonna be your first BBC.
Y'all got a cookie, man. Please don't enlighten yourself. You know what I'm saying? In a real way. I'm him, not them, baby. You know what I'm saying? In a real way. You're not even qualified. You know what I'm saying? You're a lizard brain. You're young. You have a lizard brain. You possess the mind of an adolescent. You're not even qualified to begin with. You have physical features that might be appealing, right? you're an eye candy, right? You're appealing to the eye. You know what I'm saying? You're like a hallucination. You know what I'm saying? I'm walking through the desert. I'm trying to make it to the promised land. I'm thirsty around the mouth, but I'll never make it there dealing with you, man. Because you have the brain that you possess is the size of a lizard or a bird. In a real way. She can't even see how phenomenal a black man is. She has to pride to herself of a black man her whole entire life. I'm whiskey, so you're not even qualified to begin with. You don't even know what I'm capable of, babe. Because you never had a black man to begin with. So you're not even qualified in a real way. You're not even in the runner-ups. In a real way, I'm looking at every woman on this panel except you. Physically, yeah, you might get a good cut. But this is do I want to go home with you? No, Sirski. You know what I'm saying? In a real way. Because you don't know what you're missing out on, babe. You know what I'm saying? So don't enlighten yourself thinking, I'm going to jump through a hula hoop of fire for you. You're not even qualified. You know what I'm saying? In a real way. I have an abundance of women, you know what I'm saying, that can offer me much more than you can. So why would I settle for a bronze medal? Hold on, but as Galvin and Kid Cook, why would I settle for a bronze medal and a winning prize? The way this woman thinks is right in front of my eyes. So why would I settle for a bronze medal, baby? Whiskey. I'm a self-sufficient black man. I can do anything that you can times 10 for myself. In a real way, baby. You know what I'm saying? I just say nothing disrespectful either.
Y'all go ahead and show enough love.
It's not disrespect because he didn't say that you have no brain. He just said that your brain is small. You don't
They got me fresh and fit over here.
Love at first sight.
After that monologue, how do you feel now?
I just feel like our morals obviously don't align, so I don't know why you're trying too hard to prove to me who you are. Obviously, you should feel like you're him. I think we should all feel like we're him or we're her. Like, that's...
I don't need to prove nothing to you. The whole world knows who I am. The whole world knows who I am, baby. Google Aaron the Promise. Internationally known.
So I took
just the world know who you are. I didn't know who you was. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know the Fresh and Fit was the best thing that ever happened to you. Hey, let me say shout out to Charleston White, the realest in the industry, man, because he had to have me on here. It's a profound blessing having me on here. Love your life, man.
Start using it.
We're gonna go ahead and just ask this up and to finish up here. So, again, question you had before. This is where next.
No comment?
Yeah, Paul.
No comment.
Okay.
No comment.
Well, I ain't gonna lie, I'm kind of selfish. You feel me? I like to myself. But
I knew it.
But let's be real. Honestly, I like a little excitement, a little joy. You feel me? I can please my man. But for a fact,
You are single. How?
talk about how I might be single, but trust me.
She don't need to explain.
Wait, who?
Oh, come on.
I might be single, but trust me. I'm trying to spend the
That was hilarious. Okay, we'll do this. Because you're going for hours.
I shouldn't even say nothing.
Make it short and sweet. Make it short and sweet. Yeah, come on, man. Oh, you know.
Yes.
Yes.
In a real qualification, she will.
That's all we need. All right. We'll take it away for last thoughts here.
We'll start with you. Thoughts on the show? Love it. How's it for you?
I always love it. I'm always here. Shout out to Detox for always inviting me. Happy belated birthday to J Bill.
Yes. Yeah, we're doing it.
I always enjoy it. I really love y'all.
Alright.
Big Cancer romance.
Leo.
What about you?
Glad to be here, grateful, had a great time. Totally amazing diversity.
Hi.
Talk. Wish you could have more say in some of the topics.
I mean, Sarah, next time you gotta speak up.
But I'll be back.
Muito obrigado.
De nada, galera. Valeu.
What about you?
It was okay.
It was okay, bro.
It was okay. It was a cool experience.
It was okay. Oh my God. Take away from the show.
She mad because he was all sweat. We're gonna know tomatoes at her.
Tomatoes. In a real way. Yeah. Okay, so from the show, what you think about it?
Well, the male's takes on actually a relationship is good learning about you guys. You know, how you guys feel and what you think when it comes to us. So that's a great thing, and we'll apply it then. You know, you get to whether you're having this discussion or what's going on with our friends.
Okay.
You know, that's cool. It's nice to hear from you. You don't get to actually hear men be honest about what they actually feel and think. So it was cool sitting down with you guys and actually, going through these things.
What about you?
Yeah, I had a great time. I'm always looking to connect with new people and just hear everyone out for the different perspectives. And yeah, I might have not come onto the show being educated within who everybody was. I kind of just met y'all all today. But I'm glad to be here, and I hope I'll be back in the future maybe.
Question for you, just real quick. Obviously, you're not into the chocolate. But let's say for one night, you could choose one person on the panel is chocolate. Who would you choose? And what that one? Really, nigga?
I cannot say I would have obviously eliminated him off first. You're just too old for me. The rest, I don't think I would disclose. You guys all seem like you're on a pretty equal level of terms of looks, intelligence, and success.
Who would you first? Now, who would you actually take up? Or sorry, go with. Who would you?
You really don't have to decide.
Go to the head.
I'm just curious. I don't know if somehow.
She really want to be saying, I don't like the in a real way. Don't bring her back. You can say whatever you want to say.
I'm saying you're missing out, baby C though.
Girl, you ass. Hey, she even tell me.
You're missing out.
That's good. What about you?
Yes, it's always a vibe. It's always something different when you're here, so I'll definitely be back, hopefully.
We're here to talk more, because she's actually
she's logical. She's not a lizard brain. She's not a bird brain.
Yes, follow me.
Alright, Dom. Where can I find you? What's going on next?
Find me on Twitch, Dom Booker. Find me on Instagram, Twitter. I'll be
OnlyFans?
Hell no. I'll be interviewing Hillary Clinton's son. Exposing that.
Y'all follow my Bradesky. It's Aaron the Plumber. All my supporters, all my fans, follow Bradesky. Bro has a good head on his shoulders. In a real way, Charleston White. Follow Charleston White.
Charleston 46.
Follow Charleston 46. Hey, we still need. No, you gonna go last. We gonna say the best opinion for last. You know what I'm saying? You give it to us raw and uncut. So you ask me the question, then I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna give it to us raw and uncut.
And then I want to
get to the after part.
Alright. Where can I find you? What's going on next for you?
You can follow me at YOU.not.qualified. In a real way, Shabadesky, Aaron the Plumber. Shout out to Charleston White. I wouldn't have been here without him. You know what I'm saying? In a real way, brought me here. You know what I'm saying? And right now we getting into the celebrity boxing. I have a little situation going on. I'm going to Brand Rich. Shout out to Ada Ross, man. Ross, man. I'm gonna turn it up in a real way. Hey, knucklehead boxing, man. We up next in a real way, though.
Alright. And man, this was a great show. The diversity, very mature. Did a lot of substance, advertiser friendly. Advertiser friendly. I think this was healthy for the culture. I think we need more of this. Shout out to Myra, man. Great show.
Shout out to Myra. Hey, what's that movie, Myra?
Alright, so we got here, Cat says, I'm pretty sure Mo's putting on weight. He's eating good. What?
A real man loves his woman every day of the month.
Alright guys, W Show's Internet. We're going to be back on, I believe, either Monday or maybe Friday. We'll see what happens. I'll be in Vegas for Thomas Con, Academics, and my One Detox. And of course, with Irish Room as well. So guys, thank you for watching. We're out there, man. Peace.
This is a man's world.
judge. Dear Father, I want to thank you for this food that you've prepared for me. And I just ask if you can bless this food in order to nourish my body. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's eat.
Count?
What's your body count? What's your body count? You asked me what my body count. What's your body count?
So I'm asking you, Miss Rapper. So I see what you're for the bar.
I'll say I'm very well experienced.
Oh, okay. So,
what we happy for?
That's fair.
What we happy for?
So, tell you what, in the spirit of you being honest, truthful, let's hear some verses from your bar. No, you got a full audience, so might as well.
It's you got a full audience.
Let's go, girl. Come on.
He'll be the judge over here. PJ will be the judge.
All right.
We didn't even play a song. Y'all got my phone.
Come on, got this.
Let me see.
Give her a beat.
10 hours later.
It's 10 hours later. I'm like being put on the spot. I'm sorry. It's the beat. Yeah, I was like being put on the spot.
Oh man, what the bro?
You gotta go right. I can't do it.
We're gonna move on. What about you? Name, age, read your flip.
My name's Karina. I'm 25 years old. I'm from Montreal. I'm about to graduate esthetician school. And I'm a hairdressing assistant right now at a beauty salon.
How old are you, you said?
I'm 25.
Cool. And you live here now, or are you?
No, I'm just traveling.
Traveling? How long are you here for?
I'm gonna fly back probably tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah.
How long were you here?
I got here Sunday. I actually came for the YoungBoy concert.
Oh, how was that?
That was amazing.
Bro, really? You're like a young boy?
Right.
But you're white.
When do I have to?
I'm kidding. You don't speak, but on a real level though, like, what do you like about young boy? I'm just curious.
He's black.
He's cool.
I just like his music. He's versatile.
But all the way in Canada, you guys have young boy. Really?
Yeah.
That's dope. Okay.
They have the internet.
Well, that's more like a Hawaiian culture. To me, more like Hawaiian culture. You know what I mean? Hawaiian. So, props to you though. Highest education level? You said you.
I'm about to get my esthetician certificate.
There you go. And then parents together or no?
Your body count?
No.
For the what?
Him with the body count.
She said no.
No, listen, man. Like,
wants to know real bad.
so Chad is saying this. It's like your voice is so deep. Are you a man?
I don't think so.
See? Alright, Chad, there you go, man. She's not a man. Relax.
I mean, I didn't get that from her.
I mean, Chad is saying that. It's not me.
Oh my god.
I mean, don't say anything, bro.
Yo, boy, concert.
Some said Montreal. Some said Montreal Mud Shark. That's crazy, bro. Okay. Chris. No, birth control?
No.
Chris, your body count? Come on, girl.
Come on, girl.
Is that
I'm
high?
the only one who answered?
Well, I don't have an answer.
I mean, is that high?
You don't have to, but.
Okay, wait. Like, do you count the ones that made you nut? And the ones that disappear? Because that's only one.
Well, they the ones that made you nut.
Wait, it doesn't matter. The answer is that's the body.
Okay, I'm not gonna hold you. That last verse, that last sentence made me question you. I'm not gonna hold you. That was too
Okay, that's deep.
Single.
Single? Okay.
Ethnic background?
Thank you.
Thank you.
What's your background again?
I'm Italian, Canadian, Egyptian, British.
Yeah. How many parents you got? Yeah, I got parents. You got 8 parents?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like a Build-A-Bear.
Yeah, pretty much. What about you?
Malaya, what was the next question?
How old are you?
I'm actually 35. I feel like I'm the oldest one of this
Couldn't even tell.
group.
There you go.
Okay, period, 35.
What do you do for work?
I own a property management company and a dry cleaner, actually.
Oh.
Nice. What's your background?
Not looking for a sugar baby.
Well, let me know when you are.
You're not my type. Yeah.
Okay, good to know. I don't think they're talking. Yeah, dating status.
Dating.
Oh, around?
I should have said that.
So, one person or just like?
Dating one person. Figuring it out.
Okay. So it's new.
It's new. Taking it real slow.
Yeah, but you're 35. You have no time left.
Go ahead.
No?
You don't want kids?
I do.
You're 35? You take this
Right,
woman?
but having kids with the wrong person is miserable.
Yeah,
for the rest of your life. So I'm
I'm 35 though. Go Hail Mary and see what happens.
Hell no.
Listen, he's single. You don't mind.
Next question.
Just have 2 babies and then.
I'm geriatric. I looked like a week ago. Yeah, 35.
I know what geriatric means.
So they boys, they don't know what's going on.
She'll figure it out. What's your background? Like,
Ethnicity. My mom was German, English, and Polish. My dad was like a total American mutt. Came over on the Mayflower. My grandmother was Cherokee. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Parents together or no?
Absolutely. 55 years.
Wow. Birth control?
Nope. To the wrong ones. Good.
And then highest level of education? You said
I've got a few different certificates equaling a degree.
So no egregious certs.
Yeah.
Okay, and then last but not least,
your body count.
I have no idea. When was the last time that you counted? I don't know.
I mean, she's honest.
Yeah. No, I'm not even kidding.
Well, you know what?
Well, I got out of a long-term relationship last year, and I've only dated one person since. So I haven't counted since.
To be fair with you, I don't know mine either. So is that not a good thing? I don't know. Yeah, but that's normal.
I don't think like
Normal for us. Okay,
wait. You know what? How many abortions?
Yeah, what's up?
I mean,
Chris is on fire tonight.
This might
to you in Miami, but some of us are actually decent humans.
There you go. Yeah, she's right. Chris, you're so mean, bro. I'm not mean. I'm asking a question. So you don't want to ask.
By the way, stop the show, man. Stop the show, bro. Hold on. DBG says, for the Diglets, lady, show titties. Wait, not yet.
Okay.
No. After the show, we're good. After the show. At the club, there you go. All right, we'll come back to you, DJ. What about you? Name is, we do believe.
My name is Khadija.
Khadija?
I am 35.
Guys, I can't hear. Khadija, 35.
I'm a wig stylist.
Wig stylist.
Yeah. Hey, y'all.
Question for you, in your experience, I guess. Who in here is wearing a wig right now? Can you tell? Who's wearing a wig?
I got some wig in me. I am. And she has extensions.
Who else?
Anybody else?
393?
No?
That's it.
I'm just curious. I just wanted to know. Okay. Dating status?
Single.
Highest education level?
Bachelor's degree in business management and marketing.
Awesome. Bring us together or no?
Yes.
And then, of course, birth control?
No.
Chris?
Okay, how old are you again?
I am 35.
Oh, 35.
That's
okay.
the background?
All right.
Hey, how come she didn't get any shit for that? Come on.
Wait. Hey, Black No Crack. Black No Crack, honestly.
Wait. Hold on.
Yeah, no, we get there. We get there.
I am Sierra Leonean.
Oh.
Okay.
All right, so your body count? Come on, girl.
Okay.
Come on, you find out. Come on.
Yeah.
You got it?
4. I've had long-term relationships.
Nice.
Only 4?
Yeah.
At 35?
So then what's wrong with you then? You have a long-term relationship. What, like? To them.
You killed it?
Not me, but just life. 2 are deceased, so yeah.
Was it your Nike? Oh my god. Okay, cool. Just making sure. Alright, so 4 body count, 35. That's pretty good, actually. Just saying. What about you?
Hey, y'all. What happened?
You. Name, age, beautiful living.
My name is K-Dash. I'm 32.
Are you a rapper?
Yeah, I rap, I dance, and I work for the school board.
You sound familiar. K-Dash?
Yeah, because I was a rapper. Yeah, everybody know me from rapping.
Wait, okay. So you dance and rap and you work for the
School board, yeah.
Did you know this?
Yeah, I got a lot.
Did you know this?
There's a lot going on. They don't know that.
Let's say it. They want to find out now.
Yeah, we'll find out.
No.
Wait, question. So you around kids?
Yeah.
What that?
I covered. I weigh like
You mind telling me?
They torture me a little bit though.
I bet they torture you.
The kid.
Yo, imagine going to school, right, bro?
I'm at high school.
Do you mind standing real quick?
I'm short. I know I'm a midget.
No, but do you mind standing real quick for the audience?
Yeah,
They
but
can
that's,
see
you know,
what you're working
like,
with.
do like
I mean,
a
since you
360.
if you are in the industry.
Why I gotta go?
Turn around, do a little twirl. Want to see?
That's your picture. What are you doing?
She works for a school board, so she visits.
I know, but still, like, just imagine that, bro. That's crazy. She got a lot of teachers' pets. Hey, Miss Kid Dash. What's up? They bring apples.
I know.
Dating status.
I'm single, but I got a little friend.
Little friend? Why is he a little friend and not a boyfriend?
It's complicated. It's me though. But
she belongs to the street.
Right, they be trying.
Chris?
What's up?
Okay.
I'm single.
Single? Highest education level?
I finished high school. I finished high school.
Cool. Parents together or no?
No, my dad just died not too long ago. Sorry for your loss.
No, it's all right.
Fresh. What you looking at Chris for?
I mean, it's recent fresh.
Relax. That's fresh. Don't do it, Chris. I'm waiting. Chris, I'm waiting. No.
Oh, you want to play fresh?
Oh, Lord.
Okay. Don't mind him. He's what?
No.
Okay, Chris.
On your body count? You know what? I already know. Next.
What is it?
I don't know. I done had a couple people. I don't know.
I told you. You lost count.
I lost count.
Wait, how old are you again? 35. 35?
No, 32.
Oh. 32? Same. Going for a rapper, twerker, school board. Yeah. It's probably pretty high.
He just had to repeat.
I'm just saying. Okay. What about you?
Hi, I'm Jenny. I'm 27. I'm 7 credits away from having my bachelor's.
Nice. That's great.
Oh, sorry. For professional counseling psychology. But in the meantime, right now, you wouldn't believe it, but I've been dancing and
I'll believe it. I promise you, no. I promise you, we believe you. Jenny's safe, okay? Where are you dancing?
at Scores in Palm Beach, but I plan on moving back to Miami in a few months.
Really?
Yeah.
How was that?
You mean how is it in Palm Beach, or you mean? Oh, sorry.
How was dancing in Palm Beach?
It's a lot easier because in Miami everybody has fake butts, fake boobs, fake eyelashes.
Don't say that.
No offense. No offense. I don't mean any offense to anybody. But in Palm Beach, like nobody has BBL or fake eyelashes and any of that, so it's a lot easier.
Got you.
Booty matters.
So I'm just curious because I'm into psychology and how things work behind the scenes. What class of men approach you? Is it like white men, black men, Hispanic men?
Hispanic big time.
Hispanic.
Oh, goodness. Hispanic big time. After that, black.
Okay. Interesting. Y'all crazy. So real quick, other than that, what do you do? That's it?
I mean, it's OnlyFans, and then I just can't wait till I graduate so I can get my career on the road. But, yeah.
Okay. Do you sports at all?
Do I what?
Play sports?
Yeah, other than pole dancing, that's it. Well, I mean, I used to do jiu-jitsu, but I've been too busy to do it. Yeah, I love it. I wish. In a few years, maybe.
Highest education level?
7 credits for my master's.
Okay.
For your bachelor's or your master's? You just said bachelor's. Hold on. Damn.
Hold on. Let Jen breathe, okay? Let her breathe. Dating status?
Single as hell, because every guy I dated was more abusive than the last. So
really?
I've been single for 4 years and counting.
Wait.
That's it.
You mean they hit you or you mean
Yeah.
What else is abuse is it?
mental, right? Mental abuse.
She would have said
mental. The thing is, all of them, they come from abusive families, I guess, like me. So there's generational trauma.
Then?
I
No. One time it did.
I can only imagine anything else. The chat is going well real quick.
I wasn't saying something, but
you can say it. Rumble, bro.
No,
oh my god. Chris, just let it out. Say it.
I was gonna say that they hit you hard.
These niggas about to get me banned from this shit early. Fuck it though.
were 2 men into the car and 2 policewomen came. They didn't believe me because he punched me in my head for over 2 minutes. I almost passed out.
Don't say that.
Yeah, sucker punched me through the car. I was sitting in the car and he never wanted to have sex. He was my second boyfriend. And I just said under my breath, I can't deal with this anymore. And then he turned around and just sucker punched me.
It's not the podcast. Don't get too personal.
Why are you laughing?
Don't get too personal. It's not that podcast.
I almost passed out. My whole brain went numb. I can't feel my brain normally.
They talk about doing cocaine or something. That's the stuff getting you get into that. You want me to tell you to go to bed? I'm not at the after party. I'm on my way to the hotel. So if he ain't home in about 30 minutes, you know I'm telling the truth. Sir, you wait up with your mama. Look at your daddy. See if you talking funny when he comes through. You the man in the house when your dad ain't there. Don't ever go to sleep till your dad come in. But that,
a day around this motherfucker, man. I don't do no playing. You see I jump back, flip, ice white on the skin. Yeah, ice white. Yeah, $100 a pill.
Yeah, man. When I go in the draws, though, I spend about $2,000 every time I buy draws, nigga. Tell me to change my motherfucking draws, nigga. My draws stay white. Since you want to be on my dick, you want to look at that motherfucker, man. You want to be on my dick, you want to see it all, okay. I keep ice whites on dick, man. Yeah, you talking about some smoking the same draws, man. I probably change draws 3, 4, 5 times a day around this motherfucker, man. I don't need no plan. You see how I jump back, flip. Ice white on the skin. Yeah, ice white. Yeah, $100 a pair. When I go to the draws, though.
Sorry, bro.
$1,000 every time I buy draws, nigga.
I know you proud of me. Fuck, why that shit hurt like that?
Well, I'm glad that you're okay and that you're doing better now. But
I mean, it's just worse because I have a piece of family. That's why he asked me to fuck me in my life. Sorry, I said too much. I'm sorry. I just
okay, one at a time. So
seagull.
So, you're gonna film it or?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, be simple.
Yeah, my dad and my brother was really abusive. My brother beat up. They don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Like, my parents protect them, will life protect them. This for the jail, so many times in and out. Okay, so if you go and you end up going to prison.
There's a lot going on right now. So, Dad, just to get some on real quick, birth control?
Not at all, because I don't need it. Nope.
Wait, you don't need it?
I don't need birth control, I'm not having sex.
How old are you?
27.
Okay, wait. Are you not having sex at all? You're pregnant.
Yeah, she's pregnant.
I've been 107 pounds, and now I'm 160 right now, which is insane. So I'm gonna have to talk to my doctor and be like, that's the only one who said that I'm pregnant, so like it's gotta go. Why is it really a problem?
Chris, take it away, Chris.
Probably ask questions about it. So, how many blood drops you doing?
Oh, what? That's not even money count.
I didn't want to get you the stripper. Yeah, blood drops. How much you charge?
I really don't know, like 10, 12.
12? That's it?
Blood drops.
You like that?
Yeah.
Okay. How much you charge?
It goes from $100 to $300 to $500. What? Alright. I mean, spending time with the guy. That's what I bag. You know. There's a lot of guys out of the road.
Yo! Alright, fellas. I don't want to hear no excuses.
Oh my god.
If she can get laid, you can too. Alright, leave it come. What about you?
What about
So it's like, no, I only work from 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. though.
Well, that's why.
Yeah. So everybody's like always there texting me at like 2 a.m. Like, hey, we're here. I'm like, I already left.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take PJ to booby trap one day. Just one day, bro. But that's I've been in booby trap on the river. No, not that one. The other one. That's what I'm saying. That was.
There's 4 of them. So I worked at Pompano for 3 years. Pompano was super great.
Yeah, that's what I was supposed to do.
Oh my god, Pompano is so much fun. I still go there like part of
I can see this on a river, bro. That'd be hilarious. Why not? It's black, bro. It's like dominated by like Spanish black.
Yeah, definitely on the river. I feel like that's like the
I'm not fucking dark. You're Spanish? No, Persian. There you go.
I'm Italian. I don't speak no Spanish. Un poquito.
What the fuck?
That's all I know.
One more time, how old are you?
I'm 26.
And then, dating status?
I'm single.
Okay, and then your parents together or not?
My parents are not together, but I have a great relationship with both of them.
Okay, birth control?
No, I'm not on birth control.
And Chris? Body count?
14 men. I don't know how many women.
So 14 times like what, 2?
Probably when it comes to women.
Wait, can I make something clear? I'm the only one with birth control. I got a couple, but it's not a whole lot of different.
Yeah, I keep count of
Wait.
wait.
Stop.
I'm sorry to cut you off, baby.
Can you add the roster?
Huh? I don't know. But he wanted to be added to the roster.
Can I add the roster?
Right, he would add to the roster.
He's a really nice guy.
Who?
His birthday was yesterday. Can I add the roster?
Oh, Dre.
One more try.
TikTok and Paris and all of you guys watching right now. Oh my god. We got nice.
Nobody checks on a man who always figures it out. And the reason nobody checks on him is because he trained him not to. Every time somebody asked how he was doing, he just said fine. Every time things got hard, he handled it. Every time the weight got heavier, he just adjusted his grip. Kept it moving. Never once complained, whined, asked for help. Never gave anyone a reason to worry, so they stopped him. Now he's surrounded by people he loves. People he's carried, covered, and shown up for, but feels completely alone. It's not because they don't care, but it's because he built such a convincing version of strength that nobody can see through it anymore. Not even him. Somewhere between becoming dependable and human, he lost the right to fall apart. Nobody took it from him. He just stopped exercising until it disappeared. Until needing someone felt before it. Until asking for help felt like failure. The dangerous place isn't when a man breaks down. It's when he stops believing he's allowed to. The brave thing a strong man can do is finally say out loud, I need help. Because strength was never supposed to mean you carry it alone forever. Check on your strong friend. Not a test. Show up. Because the man who always figures it out is usually the last one who would ever ask you to. Nobody checks on a man who always figures it out. And the reason nobody checks on him is because they train him not to.
like arc at the moment. We're not friends right now.
That's the whole strategy. You don't need to announce what you're working. You need to post the process. You need to update people who aren't investing in your output. You just go quiet. Go to work and let the results speak loud. You never capture good. Most people do it in public because they need the validation to keep going. They need the likes to feel like it's working. They need the comments to stay motivated. But it's not for you. It's a leash. Because now you're building for the audience instead of your vision, instead of your purpose and your assignment. And the moment that the audience stops clapping, you stop building. The most dangerous man is the one who disappears and nobody knows why. They don't know if he's struggling or strategizing. They don't know if he fell off or leveled up. That uncertainty is just eats at people because they can't measure you when invisible. They can't compete with what they can't see. Your silence becomes their value. They don't know nobody's watching because the ones who are watching are greater than building. Return, not with an announcement, not with a comeback story. You have no idea what I went through, just with results. They don't need an explanation. The business is over. The body's different. The money moved. Their life changed. They stay away. You just show up different and let them figure it out. Pump less, build more, return heavier. You never explain what happened with the dark and people who only show up for the light. Your silence was never empty. It was full of work that others and because they were invited to watch. Disappear. The most powerful man in any room is a man on his knees. Talking about prayer. See, the world will tell you that power looks like standing over you. Loud voice, big title, corner office. The man who actually moved different, the ones who real things that last, they gotta happen when no one sees. From their knees before they walk in any room. By the time they show up, the battle's already won. They're just collecting what was already decided in pride. Think about David. Before he was king, he was a shepherd boy talking to God in the field by himself. Nobody saw him. Nobody clapped for him. But when Goliath showed up, everybody saw the result. The power wasn't in the stone, it was in the conversation he had before he ever picked it up. And that's what a lot of men miss about prayer. It's not the last resort, it's the first move. You're out here making business decisions, relationship decisions, life decisions without consulting the one who already knows how it ends. It's like reading the last chapter of the book and still guessing what happens. A praying man doesn't move faster, he moves with information other men don't have access to. His peace in the middle of chaos isn't fake, it's because he already talked to the altar. So yeah, the most powerful position a man can be in isn't standing over somebody, it's kneeling before the only one who can actually change something. The most powerful.
Chosen by God. This is the story
forgotten by his own father, overlooked by a prophet, yet chosen by God. This is the story of David, the boy who ran toward a giant when an entire army ran away. But this story is not just about one battle. It's about a king consumed by jealousy, who hunted the very man who served him. It's about a prince who gave up his throne for friendship. It's about spears thrown, secret escapes through windows, and why true power is not proven by what you take, but by what you refuse to take. Film. Like this, Israel had its first king, but he would not last. God had chosen Saul, but Saul disobeyed again and again. So God decided to replace him. He told the prophet Samuel to go to Bethlehem, to the house of a man named Jesse. Among his sons, the next king was waiting, but Samuel hesitated.
If Saul finds out, he will be furious.
God told him to keep the mission secret. Go to Bethlehem. Gather Jesse's family. No one must know the real reason. Samuel obeyed. When he arrived, Jesse brought his sons before the prophet. The eldest came first, Eliab, tall and strong. Samuel thought, surely this is the one. But God stopped him. Not this one. You see his appearance? I see his heart. Then came Abinadab. God said no. Then Shammah. Again, no. One by one, the remaining sons passed before Samuel. 7 sons. 7 times God looked at their hearts, and 7 times he rejected them.
Are these all your sons? There is still the youngest Maath, out tending the sheep.
The youngest, so overlooked that his own father had not bothered to bring him. Samuel insisted. Bring him. They brought the boy in. His name was David. Young, ruddy, the last anyone expected. He looked nothing like a king. But God spoke. This is the one. Samuel poured oil over David's head while his brothers watched. The Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him and remained from that day forward. No one announced it to the nation. No one could. This anointing was a secret. And David simply returned to his sheep, carrying a promise only God could see. Years passed. David grew stronger in the fields, tending his father's sheep. When lions or bears came for the flock, he fought them. Each battle shaped him. Each victory deepened his faith. Meanwhile, Israel faced a new threat. The Philistines gathered for war and camped on one hill. Saul and the men of Israel camped on the opposite hill. Between them lay the valley of Elah. From the Philistine camp emerged a champion named Goliath. He stood over 9 feet tall, covered in bronze armor, with a spear as thick as a wooden beam.
Choose a man to fight me. If he wins, we will be your servants. But if I win, you will serve us. I defy the armies of Israel, Vought. Send me a man.
40 days he issued this challenge. 40 days no one answered, not even Saul. Back in Bethlehem, a shepherd boy had no idea that God was about to call him to the battlefield. One day, David's father sent him on an errand.
Take this bread and grain to your brothers at the camp. See how they are doing, and bring back news.
David left the sheep with a keeper and set out early the next morning. He arrived just as both armies were taking their positions, shouting battle cries across the valley. David left the supplies with an officer and ran to find his brothers. As he was greeting them, Goliath stepped out from the Philistine lines and roared his usual challenge. David watched the soldiers of Israel turn and flee, but he did not run.
never pay taxes again. David's heart burned, not for the reward, for the honor of God.
Who is this Philistine that he dares to defy the armies of the living God?
Eliab, his eldest brother, overheard him, and his anger grew.
Why did you come here? Who is watching those few sheep? I know your arrogance. You just came to watch the battle.
David turned away and kept asking his question to others. Soon, word of his boldness reached the king. Saul sent for him. When David stood before the throne, he spoke without hesitation.
Let no one lose heart because of this giant. I will go and fight him.
Saul looked at David and shook his head.
You cannot fight this Philistine. You are only a boy. He has been a warrior since his youth.
But David stood firm. He told Saul how he had killed a lion and a bear with his own hands while protecting his father's sheep. The same God who delivered him then would deliver him now. Saul studied the boy's face. There was no fear in his eyes.
Go, and the Lord be with you.
Want powerful futures tools, insight, and speed? Then you should check out Robinhood.
Saul dressed David in his own armor, but the king was the tallest man in Israel, and David was still young. The helmet covered his eyes. The coat of mail dragged him down. He could barely walk. He stopped.
I cannot fight with these. I have not tested them.
He removed the armor, all of it. Instead, David picked up his shepherd's staff. He walked to the brook that ran through the valley and knelt down. From the water, he chose 5 smooth stones and dropped them into the shepherd's bag. Then he took his sling in hand and walked toward the giant. Goliath saw David coming and laughed.
Am I a dog that you come at me with a stick? Come here. I will feed your flesh to the birds and the beasts.
David did not flinch.
You come to me with sword and spear, but I come to you in the name of the Lord of hosts, the God of the armies of Israel, whom you have defied. This day, the Lord will deliver you into my hand.
Goliath moved forward. The ground shook beneath his steps, but David did not retreat. He ran straight toward the giant. He reached into his bag, pulled out a stone, loaded his sling, and released it. The stone flew. It struck Goliath in the forehead and sank deep. The giant's eyes went wide, his massive body swayed, and he crashed face first into the dirt. The valley fell silent. David ran to the fallen giant, drew Goliath's own sword, and finished him. When the Philistines saw their champion was dead, panic swept through their ranks. They turned and ran. The men of Israel, the same men who had trembled for 40 days, rose up with a shout and chased them all the way to the gates of their cities. The impossible had happened. The shepherd boy had defeated the giant, but David knew the truth. It was not his victory, it was the Lord's. When the battle was over, Abner, the commander of Saul's army, brought David before the king. David still held the head of Goliath in his hand.
David, Jesse's son, you have done what no man in Israel could do.
Lord delivered him into my hand.
Jonathan, the king's son, stood nearby. He had watched this shepherd defy a giant in the name of God. And as David spoke, something took hold of Jonathan's heart. He felt bound to David, not as a rival, but as a brother. He loved him as his own life. They made a covenant that day. He felt bound to David. He had watched this shepherd
Delivered him into my hand.
Jonathan, the king's son, stood nearby. He had watched this shepherd defy a giant in the name of God. And as David spoke, something took hold of Jonathan's heart. He felt bound to David, not as a rival, but as a brother. He loved him as his own life. They made a covenant that day, a bond deeper than blood, stronger than ambition. Then Jonathan did something remarkable. He removed his own robe and placed it on David's shoulders. He handed him his armor, his sword, his bow, his belt, everything that marked him as the crown prince. It was an act of surrender. Jonathan, the rightful heir, was saying without words, "You are the one God has chosen." When the army returned, women poured out of every city to meet them, dancing, singing, playing tambourines. Their voices rang through the streets. Saul has slain his thousands, and David his 10,000s. Saul heard it. His face darkened.
They give David 10,000s, and me only thousands. What more can he have but the kingdom?
From that day on, Saul watched David with jealous eyes. The Spirit of the Lord had departed from him, and a darker spirit now stirred within. David remained in Saul's service. He went wherever the king sent him, and succeeded in every mission. Saul placed him over the men of war. The people loved him. The soldiers respected him. Even Saul's servants approved. But none of that softened the king's heart. The man who once welcomed David now saw him as a threat.
When your kid is hurting, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Jealousy was not the only thing troubling Saul. A tormenting spirit had taken hold of him, dark moods that left him raving in his own house. One day, as David played the harp to soothe him, Saul sat with a spear in his hand. The music that once brought him peace now stirred something darker. Without warning, he hurled the spear across the room. David saw it coming. He dodged, and the spear struck the wall behind him. It was not the last time. Twice Saul tried to pin David to the wall with his spear. Twice David escaped. David looked at Saul and saw the truth. He would never be safe here again. Saul sent men to surround David's house. They would strike him down by morning. But Michal, David's wife and Saul's own daughter, discovered the plan. She came to David in the darkness.
If you do not escape tonight, tomorrow you will be gone forever.
Michal lowered David through a window, and he escaped. David fled first to the prophet Samuel and told him everything, but he could not leave without seeing Jonathan. The two friends met in secret. David told Jonathan that Saul was determined to kill him, but Jonathan could not believe it. His father had never spoken of such a thing to him.
Whatever you need, I will do for you.
So they devised a plan. David would not appear at the king's table for the new moon feast. His empty seat would force Saul to reveal his true intentions. When Saul noticed David's absence, Jonathan made an excuse for him, and Saul's rage exploded.
You son of a perverse woman, do you think I do not know that you have chosen Jesse's son over your own kingdom? As long as he lives, you will never
be king. Bring him to me. He must die.
Jonathan pleaded for David's life. Saul hurled his spear at his own son. Now Jonathan knew the truth. His father's rage was murder, fixed and final. The next morning, Jonathan went to the field where David was hiding. He brought a young servant to gather arrows. Jonathan shot an arrow beyond the boy and called out, "The arrow is beyond you. Hurry, do not delay." The servant knew nothing, but David, hidden nearby, understood. It was the signal. He must flee. When they were alone, David came out. The two men embraced and wept.
Go in peace. The Lord will be between me and you, and between my children and your children, forever.
They kissed each other and said goodbye. David disappeared into the wilderness. He would not see Jonathan again for a long time, and never again in peace. David lived in the wilderness, hiding in caves, gathering a band of men who followed him, always moving. Saul pursued him relentlessly. One day, Saul took 3,000 soldiers to the wilderness of En-Gedi. Near the sheepfolds along the road, there was a cave. Saul went inside alone, not knowing that David and his men were hidden in the back of that very cave. David's men whispered urgently, "This is the day. The Lord has delivered your enemy into your hands." David crept forward in the shadows. He drew his blade, but instead of striking Saul, he quietly cut off a corner of the king's robe. Immediately his heart troubled him.
The Lord forbid that I should raise my hand against him. He is the Lord's anointed.
He held his men back. They did not touch Saul. When Saul left the cave, David stepped outside and called after him.
My Lord the King.
Saul turned. David bowed low, then held up the piece of robe for Saul to see. He told the king that the Lord had delivered him into his hand that very day. Yet he had spared him. The torn robe was proof. David could have harmed him, but he did not.
There is no evil in my heart toward you, yet you hunt me.
Saul wept.
You are more righteous than I. I know now that you will surely be king.
But David did not return with Saul. He and his men went back to their stronghold, and the chase continued. The Philistines gathered for war. The armies clashed on Mount Gilboa, and Israel was overwhelmed. Men fled and fell across the mountain. The Philistines pressed hard after Saul and his sons. Jonathan fell. Abinadab fell. Malchishua fell.
I'll give you the day off if you can prove to me you know your finances.
Absolutely, I'll do that.
How many subscriptions are you paying for?
Then the archers found Saul. Their arrows struck him, and he was badly wounded. Surrounded and failing, Saul turned to his armor-bearer.
Draw your sword. Do not let these men take me alive.
But the armor-bearer was terrified. He would not do it. So Saul took his own sword and fell upon it. When the armor-bearer saw that the king was gone, he did the same. Saul, his 3 sons, and his men all died that day. The next morning, the Philistines found Saul's body on the mountain. They dishonored it and put it on display for all to see. But the men of Jabesh Gilead remembered how Saul had once delivered them. They traveled through the night, took down the bodies of Saul and his sons, burned them, and buried their bones. When word reached David at Ziklag, he tore his clothes and wept.
the cities of Judah?
Go up to Hebron. So David went with his wives, his men, and their families. And there the men of Judah came and anointed him king over their tribe. But the nation was divided. Saul had one surviving son, Ishbosheth. He ruled the northern tribes. For 7 years there was conflict in the land. David grew stronger while the house of Saul grew weaker. Then the elders of all Israel came to David at Hebron. They remembered how he had led them in battle, even when Saul was king. They remembered what the Lord had spoken. You shall shepherd my people Israel and be ruler over them. And there, before the Lord, they anointed David king over all Israel. He had waited for more than a decade since Samuel first poured oil on his head in his father's house. David reigned 40 years. He governed Jerusalem and made it his city. He brought the ark of God into its walls. He defeated every enemy who rose against him, and the Lord was with him. The shepherd boy had become the king. The promise given in Bethlehem had come to pass. What can we learn from this ancient story? From David, we learn that God sees what others overlook. He was the youngest, so forgotten that his own father left him in the fields. No one thought to bring him before the prophet, but God does not measure worth by appearance or age. He looks at the heart. When the world counts you out, remember, you may be exactly the one God is preparing. From the battle, we learn that faith is not the absence of giants, it is the courage to face them. David did not pretend Goliath was small. He simply believed that God was bigger. He ran toward what everyone else ran from. When life places an impossible challenge before you, do not wait for the fear to leave. Move forward anyway. Faith is proven in motion. From Jonathan, we learn that true friendship surrenders what it could claim. He was the crown prince. The throne was his by right. Yet when he saw God's hand on David, he gave away his robe, his armor, his future. Real love does not compete. It celebrates another's calling, even at personal cost. From Saul, we learn the danger of a jealous heart. He began with blessing, but ended in ruin. Jealousy blinded him to the very man who served him faithfully. When we resent another's success, we become prisoners of our own bitterness. And from David's restraint in the cave, we learn that power is not proven by what we take, but by what we refuse to take. He could have killed Saul. His men urged him to do it, but David would not raise his hand against the Lord's anointed. True strength knows when to hold back. This is a story of a shepherd who became a king, not by seizing power, but by trusting God's timing through years of waiting, running, and hiding. It reminds us that the path to purpose is rarely straight, but every lion fought in the fields, every stone chosen from the brook, every moment of faithfulness in obscurity, it all matters. God is writing a story with your life. Trust Him with the chapters you do not yet understand.
Real fans know the real experts aren't on TV. They're in the room. I didn't check. It could have a grenade. It could be the water all up in that hole. But you don't know.
You gotta go. We're here, boys. Zoom out. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Yo! That's what I was saying. We need it, though, bro.
Weakest players might be Chris. I think Chris is gonna like. It's Chris. They can stay on for a month, a year. I don't care. I want my yacht.
AMP, please come to the back of the boat.
Back of the boat. That's weird. Why would you take me in the front? All right, guys. Now I'm gonna say 100 water.
I hope you enjoyed your tour of the yacht. For one of you, will soon lose your chance at keeping it. Head downstairs and get changed for your first challenge.
On in here?
Oh, same bro.
Alright, let's go what it looks like. We're gonna phone us changing? What the f is content, bro? This is like 3XL. I'm not a 3XL.
Welcome back. It is time for your first challenge. If you want to keep this yacht, you'll have to learn how to take care of its passengers. In just a moment, a mystery family will come on board, and it's your job to take care of their every need. Break into teams of 2.
Agent Chris! How do you think over here? First off, we're listening to the family of the customer. You stay in a position like that. They call it Eddie's. It implies that we're listening with meditation.
Now that teams have been selected, it's time to bring out our surprise guests. AMP meet the Costco family.
When the Costco family came out, I was like, yo, bro, these people be everywhere, bro. Boom, 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 they be wildin', yeah. I don't know how they felt. Nice to see you again, you feel me? Like, I might have a little bit of everything and shit, man.
For the next 30 minutes, you'll be taking the Costco family through a private lunch service. At the end, your service will be ranked on the boom meter, with the lowest scoring team getting removed from the yacht. Good luck.
You guys hungry? You gotta go order it. Hey, make sure y'all take real good care of them. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we gonna take care of them. You want a drink?
I saw him come on, I was like, okay, boom, yeah, I know exactly how we gotta serve. I ain't mention the rules, bro. Mention Costco, bro. I was serving Costco food.
Hey, these are the menu right here. Okay. Hey, what's your name? What they ordered? What's your name? What's your name? We're the same team. What's your name? What's your name? Cut me off. I got it. Oh. Nice to meet you, okay?
Maybe give them the best service, right? Worst service. You get what I'm saying? They want to go serve them a cookie? Get that cookie out. You get what I'm saying? Davis, you know how to manipulate.
Hey guys, in the meantime, we'll to AMP vote on menus. Okay? Make sure you take your time and just get back to wherever you want, okay? Start trading event contracts on Robinhood.
Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada. Suena para
What's going on? If the captain wants him to move because he has pink eye, let me help you. Yeah, he has pink eye. He has pink eye.
That's highly contagious.
Yes, highly contagious.
Let's stay away from him.
Let's come with us. He has pink eye.
You'll be the first to drown.
Don't hold me like that.
How about this, guys? How about this here? Do the one with us here. You're right. Yo, Davis, you're gonna take them to their activity, right?
Hey, you
that's what you promised?
Mind your business, please.
Trust me, everything else.
This is crazy. I don't know what's going on with this school right now. All fighting with each other, all breaking into one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're ready to show something else? All right.
Those two guys right there.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the green team.
Okay, hold on. Come on, look out here. Feel it. Hey, look out here, bro.
I appreciate you. It's out there, bro. This was a nice enjoyable night for the family. You guys are fighting. One guy's saying one guy's not the captain. The other guy's saying he's the captain. One guy says he's got pink eye, striped robe. They're all fighting each other, yanking each other up the staircase, all that. What are we doing?
If you guys don't mind, just ignore everybody else, go straight to the table, and just, you know where it's going. I'm so sorry for the service with the other group. Anybody who's green, please.
Just go straight to the thing. Let's go. Seriously, do nothing. So I need them up. I need them up. You bring them up. Yeah. Okay, bring them up. Here we go. You need something. You need something. They don't have no utensils, okay? I thought I was. Hey, everybody! Out there! Everybody, block your ears! Stop! Steal my client, stupid! I'll block your ears, guys. Man. Alright, so it looks like, you know, you and me, we're coming together on this, right? Everything's going well out there, right? And then, we have some orange juice. You can put that on the table. Who did that? KC3000. What was that? Is that who that was? That's who did that? I mean, it was a minute ago. I forget who did that. You're the one I know. I'm the 100%. I mean, you know, I bring my family out on ice. But we'll make it my guess. Man, go ahead.
Bro, he walked up to me and said, bro, how many bones you want? I said 3. He said, boom. David's not getting no bones. He ain't getting no bones. I'm out here getting. Let's work together. You know, I can. The supervisor want to talk to you. Pick the leg!
What are you guys doing?
He was something on the apple.
I heard the office today.
Here, have a double chocolate cookie. That'll make you feel better.
Guys, everybody help out in a little booth, man. Wait, what? I wasn't on that line, sir. I was in.
Wait. Was that him? I'm like, guys. A&P, you've been great. At this point, would please everyone head down to the master. I think it's safe to say I don't think anybody's taking up 5 minutes. No, nobody.
Everyone has their place.
Thank you, guys. Phantom, great level service, bringing everything out.
Great presentation.
Let's dive over to the yellow team for a moment. The real thing that made this determination here was Tony baked fresh cookies and they were in a plastic box and send the loser off the yacht. I'm having a tough time, guys. Decision. Just walked away from me.
That is straight disrespect.
Alright, so we have made our final decision and Chris, you will be staying. David, we're very sorry. This is where it ends for you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Chapman will get a chance to throw a spear at a floating place on the side of the
Honestly.
The first person found will be dragged off the yacht and will be eliminated.
I don't have a choice. They let stay away from them for a while. How do I be able to say?
I'm scared. I'm so scared.
They definitely didn't take the search on top of the guy. I'm caught.
So what's the There should have been some real as the guy got. It's tall and good. It's time for dinner.
Are you ready for dinner? Are you hungry? What do you think they're gonna serve?
Who's happy?
As I went upstairs, I didn't find him there. I see him face to face. He looking at me, I'm looking at him. Looking at me, looking at him. Devastated.
No, dale, campeón de ella. What?
Guest on board has keys to my water in person. The keys bro is showing the picture on the back, which is this key. Use them as a detective wants to search the guest. The person who had the key in their hands keeps to go, hey man, I ain't use this shit. Don't let it on my mouth.
Excuse me, man. Hey, bro, y'all still waiting on shots?
What are you going to do now to secure this victory?
Yeah, I got the keys.
I'm moving it. You won't give me a hard time? I might be. Let's look at you.
Excuse me. You have to have the right key, right? You might feel like, all right, there you are, appreciate it. All right, appreciate it. Wait, you sure?
Yeah. Gucci.
Hey, what y'all doing down there?
Because y'all down here, that all gotta get searched though. This is like a band. It's a band fluid. Look, I was gonna try to go up on my one top. Alright. I mean, go have fun.
Call me. But I'm going to go. I don't know. I can stay on with you.
Yeah, and then I can get just like
some smarts and shit. Hey, bro, this is my man. Hey! It's my new flow! Hey, hold on. My dog's about to stay on this motherfucker. Hey, my dog's about to stay on this motherfucker.
Hey, you good.
Say it right.
Smash that like button. AMP like really y'all. Everybody make some noise! We outside! Good! I play that shit on DJ. Come on, man.
You just got on life, man. Behind this motherfucker tone suit, you got them on some crazy hair. I want to tell you.
Go get it, man. Download the app.
Family member who breaks the cycle becomes a villain of the family. Because as soon as you start doing better, eating better, talking better, moving smart, making real money, they ain't gonna clap. They gonna say you changing. They gonna say you bougie. They gonna say you acting brand new. And here's why. Your discipline is exposing their excuses. The same drinking they've been doing for 20 years, you stop. The same complaining they've been doing, you stop. The same broke conversation they've been having for so long, you stop. And now they ain't got nobody to be miserable with. You ruined the script that they've been writing for their whole family, their whole life. The truth is, they don't really got a problem with the new you. They got a problem with the new you that says about them. Because if you can change, they could have changed too, and they didn't. That's not your fault. That's the reflection hidden in the mirror. So keep going, brother. The first one to break the cycle is always the building of family group chat. By the time they want to join you at the top, you're already 5 levels deep. Family member who
Make the lamp at least. Make the lamp.
That's it. Get out here. Oh, bro. Focus on the game. Take it strong, yo. Take it strong. We. Stay there. Oh, yeah. Good defense. You're not good. You should be winning by now. You can't. You're not good. Shoot up. Oh, yeah. Watch the reach. Oh, my God. You can't win, bro. You can't win. Just because it's a girl, you don't have to be scared. Like, it's okay. You're going to be fine. It's okay. This guy's booty cheeks. Guy can't even make a shot. You can't make a shot. Go get the rebound. No. Go get the rebound. Come on. Let's go. Good boy. Bro, are you serious right now? You really gonna let this happen? Game over. No defense. This guy. Guys, better though. Game. Oh my God. What's wrong with you? It's...
Es el saludo más guay que tienes con el jugador atlético. Más original. Más guay para ti. Quiero que me enseñe. Nadie me lo saluda. ¿Preparado? Lakers. LeBron. Jokic.
Kawhi.
Madrid. Eslovenia. MVP.
Adiós.
Y anillo. Gracias. Muchas gracias.
It's me versus me.
I know what's about to happen. I want to see the execution. I want to see the moment of greatness. I want to see the click. I want to see it put together. Come on. I want to catch it right in there. Wow, let's go.
I see it. You can see it. I'll do it. Come on, Tyler. Whoa! 377. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Right there. Right there. Come on. Yes, sir.
My advice would be the suitcase. Be the suitcase. Here we go. We are ready when you are. Let's go. Lynn, should we give her another try? Rudy! You got this. You got this. That's an element. Can we just hold on before we go? Can we just get the... Give it a kiss, Rude. Hey, Rudy wants the ball, not the tickets. Here we go, Lindsay. There.
Don't need to go wild.
know how I do. I know how to do. We in the club. We off this liquor. You know this a fucking free for all. Nigga, you better look into this every single
Reach weight runners, this was reach 30s, get bags. Reach weight runners are looking at overtime, and the longer you go without taking care of it,
do away with it. Get a social construct, but the reality is like when we ask your body count, you don't want to answer. So you're a social construct? Yeah, Superman, right?
Good ones. Right. Whoever said nasty bit. Whoever said nasty. I thought you all something different.
We were talking about Hitler and this nigga want to talk about fuck.
I'm sure you spit it out. So you don't suck, man? Yes. Don't swallow. For me, it depends on the mood I'm in.
That's what you think. Good. Damn, they need that fucking so I can post that shit. What the? What? I don't have kids, motherfucker.
Ladies with small garden, there's the advice. Apply it much better. Don't get angry. The advice is much better than the advice you'll receive from your female friends. That's what happened to me. Bad decisions. This is getting off time.
So I'm Eve in this situation?
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh my god, I created the world type shit.
I create the world.
Florida says, get a guy aspiring. Sorry, next to her. You want a multi-millionaire, 6'4" American intelligent man to marry. What's your right?
He's gone. He's a ghost.
That's like that guy who got tricked. Yeah. I think it was like,
I think you scared him off.
he was scared by the version.
He wants a vision.
That's not shit. We need to pay her a burger or something. She's base as fuck. Your thing, being
What does
her,
she's based on?
means that you're very truthful about what's happening. Like,
Good for you, babe.
yes. You may also want to put kissing her. She'll ask you for that.
I was just being honest.
You think that after 3+ years of first giving the same damn instructions to girls, he had that shit into a team. 3+ years later, he still talks like he's a mouthful of peanut butter. Telling you girls. Imagine being a 42-year-old hag. I want to get married. Simp that would be paying $20 to sleep in and droop titties on the earth. And coming on the podcast line about you're an entrepreneur, Hidden Links, build entrepreneur, you're there for. I think it's up to you. So it's not that life.
Sounds very
It's not
upsetting.
that life.
Yeah.
So it's not real.
I only feel a bit shaking and that shit was very fuck.
Isn't it? To be honest, very good at finding the correct answer, Chris, showed this separately. Answer C, nuclear power plants would have a meltdown. Women don't run this norm and they even know what these are. If there are no meant to tend to these, humanity will cease to exist. Okay? Again, Dr. Brown says, Dr. Kirsten's flowers on this one. He managed to solve a notable logistical problem with It Mom while being sober. Good job balancing the weight on this panel across the breadth of the table. Merry Chris.
all the three countries they already named. No, so my head, I can't think. Jupiter, Pluto, Uranus. Countries. Alaska. Hawaii. Madagascar. A little bit of both.
Ecuador. Nice. Nice, yes, Nice. But it's spelled like nice, yes, yes. And
Nice is in France.
I don't think.
no. Well, at least I gave an answer. And thanks for calling out a turn. You know so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, what about you?
So much.
Denmark, Australia, and France.
Good job. Someone else.
Thanks. We did it, guys. We don't know what us.
We got Willow says, why is smile like a pro father? It's Egyptian brought up them boys. Of course. Here we go. Can I know we be friends? I still talk. I know what you know what to do. 16 to 1 in this series. What the a little bit later, bro, because time's up in this here. Mumbles, short notice, name the countries.
You know what he just called us?
Yeah.
Well, the beach.
We already know it's all
I told you about it. It's Benfica and sluts. Sluts? Yeah.
Your mother!
That's how you do it.
because the third was on a panel with Darren, Guy, and Dash on you. Anyway, I get this. The fucking dogs. No, that's not cool. And that's all. Anybody else? Never?
I got it down.
That's different.
Never had a situation.
Wow.
Honestly, I just felt like he was more to himself. So like the date was like drinks, appetizer. He's like talking about himself, and then he spent a long time in the bathroom, and then he came back and was like, I have to go. And I was like, well, what happened with the bill? And he was like, oh, I'm pretty sure you got it in your rich auntie. Yeah, the fuck, that bug ass motherfucking nigga.
You call it false?
Yeah, like you told your body. I didn't tell him I was rich. He asked me like if I had kids and I was a mother, and I said no, I'm more like a rich auntie status. That's what I said, and then he ran with that. And we was at Pecon in New York. He was actually released. Yeah. So I met him at so I used to do hosting at a club, and I met him at the club. Like I used to do the doors, so I met him at the club. He had a few bottles, you know, like he had a bottle package. It was like 2,000 price package. So I thought like, okay, maybe we can go on a date.
So he was a promoter?
No, he was a customer at the club. And I thought we would hit it off, you know, like, you know, bottles in New York is expensive at the club. And then I got big bucks. Yes, I
explain to you a little bit about me so you can have an understanding, and it turned into like it was the him show. Yeah.
So, let me get this straight. He talked for himself, and you went and talked about yourself as well.
Yeah, no, it was more like, it was more like just talking. It was just, I can talk my fucking ass off. On a date, I don't really know you like that, so I don't want to give you too much or scare you up. I just want to get a little feel of you, you know, and see what kind of, I want to know what kind of crayon you are in that box. Yeah. So, like, if you a bright one, if you a dark one, you a shade of a color, like, I just want to know what's up.
basically someone that like worships idols and does it. You know what I mean?
Does it grow crash?
Yeah.
Crash up in the
I worship multiple cows, multiple gods, multiple gods.
Call me the fence. Why does it not? Real quick.
It's the jacket shift.
Yo, Jen,
Like, call me a fence.
Jen, who's the girl, man?
I'm a princess.
Hey, bro, he's from the streets. I'm not from the streets, so I got civilian. I'm good. Okay. We got Kobe, NFL says, is always the monkey spin criminals. God damn.
That was really crazy. Yeah.
Bananas. Hold on, is that you deserve a ban? Yo, Jack, she said that it's a lie, bro. You deserve a ban.
No, my job's done with that is.
Okay, Bria N5A9, shout out to you. I don't know what he said, but thank you. Cake Slayer, Building 77, shout out to you as well. Support the show. And then, it's good. Alright, I'm gonna play here as well. For the video. Ladies on the panel. We all did it guys here. Oh, we all did it guys here. Not me. Tell us two guys, girls from every day. And
Wait, say that again?
so, dating guys, right? Obviously, they're from experience. Who did they went on to date? Tell us one or two guys that girls should every day.
say that 9 out of 10 times this guy didn't stay ambitious or he got lazy. Is that what ended up in your situation?
Yes, 100%. Yeah.
What about you?
I did also an idea with DJs.
No DJs.
Why not DJ? Okay.
In my opinion, it's because they have, yeah, it's fun. Rapper esports, more value than women's, you know? They have a lot of potential, the different women's, yeah, they crazy, you know?
Yeah.
It's too much. Yeah.
What about you?
I would say a guy that's into the fast life. Like scamming.
Oh, okay. You have experience?
Yeah, for free.
What did your ex-guy do? Was he a drug dealer or was he a scammer?
Wait, so
She's close.
Yes, that speaks for itself. That was the answer right there.
Was this in Colombia that was doing it or here?
No, here.
Was he Colombian too?
It's Haitian.
Jamaican niggas and Haitians, bro.
It's just monkeys.
And it's like no between. It's either they're fucking hardcore criminals or they're doctors.
Yeah, right.
Just like Nigerians are either scammers or they're doctors. Some shit. It's either success or degenerate all the way.
That is very valid.
Streamers.
Just from my experience, self-motivation is one, and then another thing is just like crazy insecure. Like those are things that are just mega turn-offs that is like, get the fuck out of my face, don't let me talk.
what's an example of crazy insecure?
Crazy insecure. Just off the top of my head, like might be too crazy. Just my type. Like going through my following and being like, who's this? Who's this? I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna message him. I'm gonna send him this. Like that's my type of crazy, I guess you could say. Just my experience.
Okay. How many followers did you have on Instagram when you did that?
My account's always private, and I've had the same following account for like 5 years. I don't accept anyone.
What is that?
1,300. But it's been the same since like
For 5 years?
7th grade. Yeah, actually.
What about you?
Hey, hey y'all. For me, it would definitely, I would have to piggyback on the insecure, like a man that's very insecure, because I work in the industry
What's the...
It's just certain, like, it's the mentality and the atmosphere and the, like, the environment that they are in, they become that product, and you can tell when someone's in a childish environment.
Oh, it's like drugs and alcohol and shit?
Not even that, just, like, the mentality. Like, for example, like, if you don't go through a struggle,
Nah, I see why he did it though. You put some shit on it.
Tell me, man. Nah, it's not the trap shit. It is, but it's not.
It's running clock, fellas. We need 100. It won! Stop, Scotty. Stop. Hey,
MySpace is now available in most states. Download the app and start playing today.
Steven, you ready for tennis? Hold on, just applying my Fiji anti-perspirant rules. Nice. I'm sponsored on this video. I like it big. He must have eaten 8 men out. Yeah.
angel gave her a strict, sacred command. The boy must be a Nazarite, set apart to God from the womb. He must never touch a dead body. He must never taste wine. And a razor must never touch his head. When she told her husband, Manoah, he was terrified. He prayed for the angel to return to teach them how to raise such a child. God answered. The angel returned. Manoah, wanting to honor the visitor, placed a sacrifice of meat and grain on a large rock. The angel touched the rock with the tip of his staff. Instantly, fire erupted from the stone. The angel of the Lord ascended directly into the fire, disappearing into the heavens. Manoah and his wife, they knew with absolute certainty that their son belonged to God. Months later, a boy was born. They named him Samson, and as he grew, the Spirit of the Lord began to stir within him. But with extraordinary power came extraordinary isolation. Other children feared him. When he played, things broke. When he was angry, even grown men backed away. His mother told him of the angel. She told him of the fire. She told him he was an answered prayer. But to Samson, the anointing often felt like a cage. He did not just want to be strong, he wanted to be normal. And that desire would become his absolute ruin. Samson grew into a man, and his eyes wandered away from his own people. He traveled down into Philistine territory in a town called Timnah. There he saw a Philistine woman. Usually when people looked at Samson, they stepped back. They saw the heavy muscle. They saw the danger. But when their eyes met, she did not flinch. She did not look away in fear. She simply smiled. For the first time in his life, someone looked at him not as a weapon, but as a man. He returned home immediately. I have seen a Philistine woman in Timnah, he told his parents. Get her for me. His parents pleaded with him. Why choose a woman from the very enemy you were born to destroy? But Samson's heart was driven by his eyes, not his calling. She is the right one for me, he insisted. Days later, Samson and his parents journeyed down the road to Timnah to officially arrange the marriage. As they neared the vineyards, Samson walked ahead, leaving his parents behind on the dusty path. His mind was occupied. He was thinking of her smile, the warmth in her eyes, the way she saw right past his terrifying strength. For a brief moment, his guard was completely down. Then a roar split the air. A young, powerful lion burst from the vines. It lunged at him with killing fury. Samson had no sword, but the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him like fire. He caught the lion in midair, and with his bare hands, he tore the beast apart like it was a young goat. He wiped his hands, and he kept walking. He told no one what had happened. He was learning to carry his secrets alone. Sometime later, he returned down that exact same road for his wedding. He stepped off the path to look at the lion he had killed. Inside the rotting carcass, a swarm of bees had built a hive. It was dripping with sweet honey. Samson reached in. He scooped out the honey with his bare hands and ate it as he walked. It was a blatant violation of his Nazarite vow. He had touched the dead. He had defiled himself. But the tragedy went deeper. When he reached his parents, he gave them some of the honey. They ate it. He did not tell them it came from a rotting corpse. His secret sin was now polluting the people who loved him most, and he didn't even care.
inside its carcass? That is the answer to the riddle. She immediately gave the answer to his enemies. Before the sun went down, the Philistine smirked and delivered the answer.
What is sweeter than honey? What is stronger than a lion?
Samson's face turned to stone.
If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have solved my riddle.
The betrayal cut deep. He realized she had never loved him. She had used him. The Spirit of the Lord came upon him. He marched to the Philistine city of Ashkelon, slaughtered 30 men, stripped their clothes, and paid his debt. He left his new wife behind and stormed back to his father's house in a burning.
Don't buy another charger until you see this. Are you sick of not being able to use your phone when you're watching TV shows or streaming content because the charger is in the way? It's totally uncomfortable. This charger is complete.
Rage, but anger eventually cools. Months passed. The time of the wheat harvest arrived. Samson walked back down the road to Timnah, carrying a young goat as a peace offering. He believed the rift could be healed. But when he reached the house, his father-in-law stepped into the doorway.
I was so sure you hated her. I thought you would never come back. So I gave her to your companion.
The very man who had stood beside Samson at his wedding. Before Samson could even process the absolute betrayal, the father-in-law made an offer and poured fuel on the fire. Her younger sister is more attractive. Take her instead. Samson stared at him. His secret had been sold. His wife had been given away. And now he was being offered a replacement, like a merchant trading livestock. His heartbreak instantly hardened into catastrophic vengeance.
This time I have a right to get even.
He caught 300 foxes. He tied their tails together in pairs, fastened a burning torch between them, and released them into the Philistine fields. The grain burned. The olive groves burned. The sky turned black with smoke. When the Philistines realized Samson had done this, their fury was merciless. They could not catch Samson, so they marched to Timnah. They dragged his former bride and her father out of their home,
innocent,
and they burned them alive. The woman who had betrayed his secret to avoid the fire died in the flames anyway. Samson was shattered. He slaughtered the Philistines ruthlessly, then walked into the wilderness, hiding alone in a dark cave in the rock of Etam. The strongest man in Israel was entirely alone. The Philistines wanted blood. They marched a massive army into the territory of Judah, demanding Samson. The men of Judah were terrified. They gathered 3,000 men and marched to the cave. But they did not come to fight with Samson. They came to betray him.
Don't you realize the Philistines rule over us? What have you done to us?
3,000 Israelites, armed with ropes, ready to sell their own deliverer to the enemy to save themselves. Samson looked at his own people. He did not fight them. They bound his arms tightly, and they led him up to the waiting Philistine army. When the Philistines saw him bound, they erupted in a terrifying war cry, ready to tear him apart. But then the Spirit of the Lord rushed upon Samson. The brand new ropes on his arms instantly melted like charred flax. They fell from his wrists like dust. He looked down. He saw the fresh jawbone of a donkey lying in the dirt. He grabbed it, and he charged into the army. It was a display of sheer, terrifying, divine wrath. He struck, and he shattered, and he crushed. When the dust finally settled,
die of thirst.
God heard him. God split open the ground, and fresh water gushed out. Samson drank, and his strength returned. For 20 years, Samson judged Israel. His name became a legend. Villagers celebrated when he arrived, but he belonged to none of them. He had saved the nation, but the nation kept its distance, and the loneliness drove him back into the dark. One night, he traveled deep into enemy territory, to the Philistine stronghold of Gaza. He did not go to fight. He went to the house of a prostitute. He was a holy Nazarite, anointed by God, seeking comfort and intimacy in the arms of a pagan woman. Word spread quickly through the city. The Philistines quietly locked the massive iron and wood gates of Gaza. They surrounded the area, waiting to ambush him at dawn. But Samson rose in the middle of the night. He walked to the city gates, the gates designed to trap him. He didn't just open them. He grabbed the massive doors, the heavy iron bar, the hinges, and the posts. He tore the entire structure out of the stone wall. He hoisted the impossible weight onto his shoulders, and he carried those gates for miles, all the way to the top of a hill facing Hebron. It was a staggering display of physical power, but it masked a terrifying spiritual reality. He could carry the iron gates of a city on his back, but he could not control the lust in his own heart. He was walking dangerously close to the edge, and the great fall was rapidly approaching. Then he journeyed to the valley of Sorek, and he met a woman named Delilah. The first time they spoke, she did not ask about the armies he had defeated. Instead, she noticed a deep, jagged scar on his forearm. The scar from the lion in Timnah, the one no one ever asked about.
Does that have a story?
Samson looked at her. There was no fear in her eyes. There was no awe. There was only curiosity. Only warmth. For 20 years, he had been an untouchable legend, a judge, a weapon. But sitting across from her, he wondered if this was what he had been waiting for all along. A place to finally rest. Scripture says he fell in love with her, but the rulers of the Philistines were watching. They came to Delilah in the shadows with an offer that would change history.
At what cost?
Lure him into showing you the secret of his great strength, and each of us will give you 1,100 shekels of silver. Betray him, and the silver is yours.
It was an astronomical fortune, and Delilah did not hesitate. She sold her love for silver. That night, she curled up against him.
Tell me the secret of your great strength.
You really want to know?
Of course I do.
It's a secret for a reason.
He told her to tie him with 7 fresh bowstrings. She bound him while he slept. The assassins hid in the room.
Samson, the Philistines are upon you!
What? He snapped the cords like threads. She pouted.
You made a fool of me. You lied.
He lied again. Tie me with new ropes. She tied him. He broke them. She wept.
Dr. Sebi shocked the medical world when he said arthritis is
You don't love me, Samson. You keep hiding things from me. If you really love me, you would trust me.
He told her to weave his hair into a loom. She did. He woke up and tore the heavy loom completely out of the wall. 3 times she had called the enemy into her bedroom. 3 times they had tried to capture him. Any wise man would have run for his life. Samson wanted love so desperately, he ignored the assassin's knife at his throat. Delilah changed her tactic. She didn't just ask, she tormented him.
Why won't you just answer me? I won't stop until you tell me the truth. Please, just talk to me.
Until finally, he broke. Exhausted to the point of death, Samson surrendered.
his eyes. The man who had lusted after everything he saw would never see the light of the sun again. They bound him in heavy bronze shackles. They dragged him down into the suffocating darkness of a Gaza dungeon. They chained him to a heavy grinding mill, like a beast of burden. Day after day, the blind, bleeding hero walked in endless, agonizing circles in the dark, pushing the heavy stone, grinding grain for the very enemies he was born to destroy. The champion of God had become a pathetic joke, but the Philistines made one fatal miscalculation as Samson walked in the dark, slowly, silently. The hair on his head began to grow again. The Philistines declared a national day of victory. Thousands of them gathered in the massive temple of their false fish god, Dagon. Our God was over and chained the blind, scarred, humiliated prisoner. They led him by the hand up into the deafening roar of the temple. The crowd erupted in mocking laughter. They spat at him. They threw things at the man who had once terrified their armies. When they grew tired of mocking him, they stood him between the two massive central stone pillars that supported the entire temple roof. Samson turned his scarred, empty eyes toward the young servant boy who held his hand. Put me where I can feel the pillars that support the temple, so that I may lean against them. The boy guided his hands. He stood in the dark, listening to the laughter of 3,000 enemies. And for the first time in his life, Samson prayed with absolute broken humility. Sovereign Lord, remember me. Please, God, strengthen me just once more, and let me with one blow get revenge on the Philistines. It was a prayer of total surrender. He did not ask for his eyes back. He did not ask to live. He braced himself between the columns. He took a deep breath. Let me die with the Philistines! And he pushed with all his might. It was not human strength. The Spirit of the Lord rushed upon him one final, glorious time. The massive stone pillars cracked. The foundation splintered. The laughter instantly turned into screams of terror. The roof violently gave way. The entire temple collapsed in a catastrophic avalanche of iron, stone, and wood. It crushed the rulers. It crushed the thousands on the roof. It crushed the false altar of Dagon. And it crushed Samson. story of Samson does not end with his failure. It ends with the overwhelming mercy of God. Samson hit rock bottom. He was blind. He was chained in the dark. He had ruined his own life. But when he finally humbled himself, when he finally cried out to the sovereign Lord from the depths of his own prison, God heard him. God did not abandon Samson in the dungeon. He gave him the strength to fulfill his purpose, even in his final breath. It does not matter how far you have fallen. It does not matter how many times you have compromised your calling. It does not matter if you feel like you are chained in the dark, grinding at the wheel of your own mistakes. God does not require a perfect past to answer a genuine prayer. He only requires a broken and contrite heart. He is the God of second chances. He is the God who restores what is broken. Do not wait until you lose everything to surrender your life to God. Guard your heart. Walk in discipline and honor the calling God has placed on your life. If this story challenged you, if it reminded you of the profound grace and justice of God, I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. And for more cinematic biblical stories that reveal the deep truths of Scripture, consider subscribing to Stories of the Olives.
A quick question for the channel. You guys are world so calm. Talk to you. I think we there. Can we tell you leave? We can go around this real quick because you want this question. Okay, you're asking, do they have a father or an uncle? A father figure, uncle figure. So real quick, we'll go around the table here. Do you want to know exactly who it is, or you just want to answer no? Charleston. Yes, no. Yes. Okay. Raise your hands if you have a father figure that you can go to for, I guess, relationship advice. Raise your hands. Okay, dude, nearly everybody except for one. Nearly everybody. Do you not listen to him?
No.
Just be proud of somebody that you need, but they don't change.
Man, you can't change nobody. You respect who you are.
Yeah.
See, the reason you keep having God after God does not satisfy you or fulfill you.
God to God.
Hey, I heard you say three different guys.
What different God? What
You
you
said
talking
the
about?
boyfriend and the man because you just wanted something, and then you said something earlier. I heard
The man and then the boyfriend was abusive.
Yeah, then you said another one earlier.
It was a man and an abusive.
Well, she did say that she has this before you came, that she has a guy that he doesn't claim her, but
That's the new one, yeah.
I knew that. I don't know. So my three guys. Yeah, man, but y'all, I hear y'all keep saying tradition. Traditionally, women in the streets were freaking machines. So you never know how many men she had. The women before, I've never seen a man come out of my mother's bedroom. So I don't know women did. I know hoes that I used to watch my age every day. But my mama and my grandmama, they claim to be ladies and women and projected that image. I never seen them. I never seen them in sexual nothing.
My mom was too. She would bring on bad on. She would never bring, even at this age right now, she would never bring them in.
So I've been on ground.
The worst thing that ever happened to you is your biggest advantage. You just have not used it. Every strong man you admire was broken first. They did not get lucky. They got hurt and they refused to win. Your competition can buy almost anything. They can buy cars, coaches, and time. They cannot buy what you survived. You think your past made you weak. It made you dangerous. The pain already happened. Wasting it is the only real failure, not damaged goods. You came out harder than they will ever be. Most men cannot copy a hard line. That is your unfair advantage. Most men
I'm gonna be right.